Hello, everyone, and welcome to the DevRelX Summit 2023. And we are really quite proud to say this is the 8th consecutive year we're running the summit. My name is Mo Skula. I'm the CEO of SlashData, and welcome, and I hope you all enjoy the event today. So who we are and why we are here. So SlashData is a developer-focused research and analyst firm. We help the technology industry understand developers. We answer questions ranging from who and where and how many enterprise cloud developers there are, and things like the perception of developers and how Gen AI will affect their work, and of course, many other questions. The DevRelX community is managed by SlashData, and the DevRelX Summit is run and supported by that community. We are a community at DevRelX of professionals that help, support, and learn from each other in this very dynamic space of developer relations, marketing, and developer product management. So again, welcome, and we're glad to have you here. The theme for this edition today is driving the impact of in the age of AI. Generative AI is definitely here to stay, but it's not news anymore. But we are still learning to navigate it and to take full advantage out of the influx of information tools, and most importantly, optimize how to support our audiences. Today, I can't emphasize how fantastic I can't emphasize enough, how fantastic our speakers are today. I'm quite excited. They will be speaking about content creation, how to use AI today and tomorrow, learnings from building an AI-powered solution for resources and support, and much more. From us at SlashData, the storm that has been Gen AI this year has prompted many new research projects and topics, and you will have that opportunity to get a peek into what will be published from us in the next week during our session on generative AI and how it will shape the future. Before we move forward, let's do a little bit of housekeeping. So if you do not manage to view all the presentations today, rest assured, you will get access to recordings that will be available to you in the next couple of weeks. We will be sharing links to that. We will be informing you on the Slack community or by email. Questions, please feel free to add them directly into the chat or use, again, the DevRelX Summit Slack channel. If you haven't joined that channel, there is going to be a link, or if it's not, it's already there. There we go. To join and introduce yourself to that Slack channel. It's where a lot of us come together and chat from time to time and do that interaction and help each other and get information we also need. Also, don't forget to save the link that we are just now sharing in the chat and take the Developer Program Leaders Survey. This survey helps us shape the findings of our reports, including the Developer Program Leaders Report. We do need your input, and we will share a lot of that key data about the industry back to you, this industry that you are all part of. Okay, I might have gone quite quickly through the intro, but I want to say again, very interested and very excited about the presentations today. I'm going to welcome onto the stage Catherine Miller, Sean Falconer, Leandro Margulis, and Rizzle Scarlett for our first panel of the day. And the topic is what it means to be a developer in the Everything GPT era. So if we're ready, I'm going to pass it on to Catherine.
Good morning. Sound good? Everyone can hear me? Awesome. Good morning, good day, good evening, everyone, for wherever you're tuning in from. I am Katie Miller, pronouns are she, her, and I am a developer marketing advisor, currently advising companies such as Data Protocol, which is a new platform for developers and developer relations teams to manage product information and developer support through engaging interactive video content. I am here today with a couple of incredibly fabulous humans, and I will have them introduce themselves momentarily, but just to tee up why we're here today. So everything is abuzz about AI capabilities. And as we were all preparing for this panel, it raised these really fundamental questions about what it means for developers, what it means, what we build, how jobs will change, and what resources we need to make sure the technology and the output are useful and ethical. And I had this all formal introduction, but really the genesis of this email came from being at a developer event this past spring, where there was this flurry of where do we put a GPT sign? Where on these developer demos? And it was this moment of, is there really a there yet for developers? What does this really mean for them? Or is this a hype cycle? It almost felt like that episode of Portlandia. This was kind of like somehow the tech version of putting a bird on it to make it hip. And so I was like, you know what? I think we need to dig into that. And so that is what we are going to do today. I have three fabulous panelists here, really a trifecta of roles at the table, if you will, covering marketing, developer relations, and product. Some of them have done all three. So we're going to start with introductions. And by way of introductions, let us know who you are, why you are awesome, and how AI has actually changed your day-to-day role so far, if at all. And I'm going to go clockwise. And so on my lovely little circle, Rizal, you are first, then Leandro, then Sean. If you want to go in that order, take it away.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, Katie. And my name is Rizal, like you mentioned. I am a developer advocate at a company called TBD. It's owned by Block, and they're like working on decentralized identity. Before that, I used to work at GitHub. And yeah, I am in developer relations, which is like kind of a mixture of like product and engineering and marketing, sometimes depending on the company. And how it's changed my role, like how generative AI has changed my role, is for many different ways. One, in terms of coding, sometimes I have to like quickly do a demo, quickly learn a new framework or language that I'm not necessarily familiar with, or I have to create like a sample application. I know when I joined this new company, they're like, hey, we need to put out some tutorial apps. And I'm like, I'm not familiar with this SDK or whatever, but I was able to use a mixture of GitHub Copilot, a mixture of like ChatGPT plugins to kind of help re-establish or reaffirm that like, yes, I was going in the right direction. Here's what I need to do without hitting up people, because oftentimes developer relations is like customer number one. And then other examples of how it's changed my role is like sometimes even trying to brainstorm like what type of talk do I want to write, or like how do I want to write this essay, not essay, this blog post. I can like kind of go back and forth with ChatGPT and be like, hey, I want to do this type of idea, but I want to make it cute. I want to have a theme. Like the other day I made a talk proposal that has like a Mean Girls theme, and I wasn't really sure which way to go with it, and I just looked at some of its ideas and went back and forth.
That is fantastic. And I very much, anyone who has seen me speak knows I love presenting through pop culture references. So I am here for the Mean Girls presentation. That is fantastic. Thank you. And Leandro, on to you.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having me here. Excited to be part of this conversation. And it's also interesting to see how things are going so fast that when we were starting preparing for this conversation and where things are now, it's been interesting to see how, Rizal mentioned GitHub Copilot. GitHub Copilot like completely crossed the chasm, right, with over 1 million subscribers. So we're seeing the industry mature very, very quickly. For me, basically, Gen AI has been a great tool that has augmented the kind of work that we can do. But also because I am in identity verification and fraud detection, I deal a lot with regulations and compliance. And so it also brought a lot of questions about IP, how to make sure you're not revealing too much, that you're giving your own company IP. How do you deal with that? The reality is like people are going to use public AIs, right? And it came with it developed the notion of private versus public AIs, an AI trained on your own internal company information versus external, or is it trained on external and only reads your internal things? So there's a whole flurry of things that we need to keep in mind and developing the frameworks to use that to take advantage of the technology in a safe way.
I love that. And I think that you're given a little bit of a lead for a question that we have coming up. So excited to dig into that more deeply in a couple of minutes. And now on to Sean.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, everyone. My name is Sean Faulkner, and I lead marketing and developer relations at a company called Skyflow. We're a data privacy platform. So some of the things that Leandro was just talking about has also been something that's been very much on my mind and that I do a lot of, essentially writing and speaking about. But I think in terms of my I don't know, like history, I guess, with generative AI and sort of everything that's been happening in the space and how it's impacted, my work life and outside of my work life even. Originally, I felt not that like interested or compelled by it. It felt because I hadn't actually played with ChatGPT or GitHub Copilot at the beginning. I was just like, this is like another, AI cycle that's kind of overhyped. Like I remember when I was in graduate school, I think Microsoft's like Alice came out and people were like, oh my God, like it's gonna, pass the Turing test and all this sort of stuff. And then essentially people went and abused the hell out of it to the point where it was, doing things that were really, really, terrible, and they shut it down. And I've seen these different cycles through my career where, things get sort of overhyped from an AI sense. But people kept telling me to check it out. And then I eventually actually did, start checking, using it and leveraging it. And I was like, oh, wow, this does feel different than I think what we've seen previously. And I think one of the things that's happened for me is it's really got me thinking about AI and machine learning more than I really thought about since I was in graduate school, where I was doing some of that stuff sort of day to day. And I've also started to leverage it a lot for work, where I use it for helping me draft or improve content. Sometimes I do a lot of podcasting, so sometimes helping me, brainstorm around questions and content, or even, drive summaries and things like that. So I've been leveraging it to help me sort of scale beyond myself. And I think that is an area where everybody kind of needs to be thinking about if you're in any of the spaces that potentially is going to be impacted, like from a job perspective. And I'm sure we'll get into some of these things. And the other thing is it's basically dominating all my conversations these days. Like it's hard to have a conversation about technology that doesn't somehow sort of lead to generative AI and LLMs and what are you doing in that space. And there's so many different startups that are now happening in the space. Like a month ago, we had the YC graduates that were doing demo day. And I think of the 200-300 demos, probably 99% of those were all some sort of generative AI play. So it's really starting to dominate the zeitgeist. So it's hard to avoid, even if you wanted to avoid it. So I think it's like a forcing function to think about it deeply.
Absolutely. And I love how you all are just teeing yourselves up so beautifully for the questions you're going to answer later in this. But what you said, Sean, and Rizal, what you said really reminded me. I heard a computational neurobiologist speak earlier in the year. And one of the things that she alluded to is how to think about it as a tool in the toolkit that humans use versus the replacement. And again, we'll get into that a little bit. But that's an interesting tension that I want us to hold as well, especially as we start to think about what role it plays in jobs, or even the relevance and existence of jobs. So we'll get to that utopian versus dystopian question in a little bit. But really starting off, because even in this conversation, we've used a bunch of different words. That we've heard generative AI, we've heard AI, we've heard ML, we've heard GPT, and so forth. And earlier in the year, had found a great article that talked about the spectrum of these things, from ML, AI, generative AI, LLM, GPT, and so forth. So just a quick around the horn for the audience listening in, for the companies and roles that you're in right now, where are your companies focused on that continuum? So again, I'll start to hop around a little more after this one, but just for this quick around the horn, we'll do Rizal, Leandro, and Sean again.
Okay, yeah, and I think I will speak from the GitHub perspective, since I just worked there like maybe 2 months ago. But really, the way to think about maybe like GitHub Copilot, because that's where my focus was, is like GitHub Copilot was a tool using OpenAI's GPT, right? So they are using behind the scenes. At first, they were using an LLM called what was it called? Codex. And then they switched over to a different LLM called ChatGPT 3.5 Turbo, because that was giving better results, having less latency, and a whole bunch of other things. So the way I would think of it, right, is an LLM is a large language model. It's like using machine learning, and it's creating generative AI. And the ChatGPT, not ChatGPT, but OpenAI has multiple different types of LLMs, and those might be called like GPT-4, GPT-3, whatever. And when people say GPT, that just stands for generative pre-trained transformer 3 or 4. These are just like different descendants and versions of those LLMs, and they can be used and plugged in to tools like GitHub Copilot. I hope that made sense.
Absolutely made sense. Perfect. Thank you. And Leandro?
Yeah, so from my perspective, I'm in charge of a portfolio of products about how people experience through products from an APIs to SDKs to hosted experiences. And so I'm looking at different ways to leverage AI, but I do think so. But trying to help discern these terms, right? AI has been around for a long time, and it actually has been like over decades, right? But I believe the latest iteration is Gen AI, right? And that's what people now, when people say AI, a lot of people are referring to Gen AI, which is a little bit about what Rizel was talking about. So I am looking at using Gen AI already trained LLM models to interpret data and make it easier for people to interact with that data. That's one of the use cases that I'm looking at. On the other hand, we've been using AI and ML to create trained models that you can authenticate against and those kind of things. I think that that's more like AI ML versus Gen AI and some kind of interface that you can interact with. Hopefully that makes sense.
Totally makes sense. And as obvious as it may seem to those of us on the call or those of us listening into the audience, I definitely know in professional context, people are using those words interchangeably. And it is that sense of what, in fact, is it delivering? I remember one of the first things when there was this whole hype cycle, I was like, I was demoing AI APIs back in 2017. Isn't this already a thing? And so really understanding what the step change difference is and really how companies are using it. Because each of these, as you said, Leandro, really can serve a different business purpose, a different user purpose, a different job function purpose. So Sean, you want to bring us home on this question?
Sure. So in terms of the way I think about it, so I think, there's a good point that Leandro made of this is, basically the concepts, a lot of concepts around artificial intelligence or machine learning. And I can get into like, I think how people think about the differences of those two areas, but like they're not new. Like the first paper that talked about neural networks is from like 1943. So it's been around for a long time. I think there's been a number of like innovations along the way from a technology standpoint that have allowed us to get to the point that we are now. Like when the big thing when it comes to like generative AI and in particular LLMs is that you need like a lot of data. So 15 years ago, we didn't even have enough data that's been in a digital form that you could use to actually train these types of models. And then the second thing is raw compute power. We didn't have essentially the raw compute resources available to do a lot of this stuff. So for a long time, when it came to sort of the subclass of AI that we would call machine learning, which are more sort of predictive classifiers, categorizations, they've been more statistical based and a little simpler in terms of the raw compute power that you needed, just because we didn't essentially have the available computing resources to do a lot of this stuff that we're doing now in deep learning. So we're using sort of simpler techniques around naive Bayes and k-means clustering and a lot of the stuff that's been around for a long time that we use for spam detection, fraud detection, and so forth. And those are still really valuable techniques and models, but I think the step function has been just the sheer amount of data that's available, as well as the raw compute power that has allowed us to essentially take some of the stuff that and also, I guess I should note that not all LLMs are neural network based. The GPT models are, but then there's another class of LLMs as well. There's basically two classes. There's the ones that are more sort of GPT based, and then there's ones like BERT that are based on predictive model tasks. So there's a lot of nuance that goes on in here, and it gets pretty complicated. I wouldn't say I'm the world's expert in this stuff, but but I know a little bit. And then in terms of my my role at Skyflow and the way we think about all this sort of stuff is is really around how do we essentially do and leverage these technologies in a safe way. And there's a lot of challenges, I think, and we'll probably touch on some of the stuff that we have to think through. Like, everybody's super excited about what this can unlock, but we're in a little bit of the Wild West era right now of AI, where I think we're pushing a lot of things to market and trying to get people actually using this stuff without necessarily taking a step back and looking at, is this the right thing to do from where we are in terms of being able to protect, people's privacy, security, toxicity of the models, ethics, and so forth.
Yeah, I love that. I love the way that you've led us to the next point in our conversation here, as well as just from all of you, that real foundational grounding and what we're actually talking about, that we use these terms interoperably in a lot of ways, but they actually mean extraordinarily different things, both in terms of what we're building, for what purpose, and then how people are using them. And getting into that next one, and Leandro, this is a question that I'm going to throw over to you. For thinking about shifts in product, marketing, developer relations strategy, how have you approached moving quickly yet thoughtfully? And this is kind of what Sean had alluded to, which is it feels like the wild, wild west. And really, how have you kept in mind the balance that developers, and kind of bringing it back to being amongst developer relations practitioners and developer program practitioners, how have you kept in mind that balance between devs being excited about innovation and yet very skeptical about longer term adoption of technology that has so many unknowns? So unclear costs, documentation, poor usability, vague sense of what it can actually do right now. Like, any of us who have worked in enterprises, we know that our customers aren't going to put anything into production until they're ready to trust it. So from the from the product perspective, how do you think we're there yet in delivering on the promise of efficiency and productivity, or how have you approached this from a product perspective?
So the short answer to your question would be yes, but it depends on which use case. Thinking from a product perspective, there are certain use cases where we can take certain risk that in other use cases we cannot. Specifically in the environment that I am, right, in identity verification and fraud detection, and working with a lot of PII and certain compliance and regulations, right? So what I've been trying to do is set up the right framework for us to be able to decide where we can take certain risk and be able to use this. So, for example, I do think that there's less risk, and we need to get familiar with these technologies. Everybody needs to, right? From developers to non-developers. There's people that will be implementing this. There's will be people that will be using it. Sometimes it's the same, right? So the same persona, sometimes it's not. So identifying basically low risk, high impact use cases where this can be tried has been interesting. One of the things from developer experience that I think this can help a lot is being able to go through get a model to get access to your API docs, and then be able to prompt that model for questions regarding your API documentation and help you create sample code, those kind of things, to be able to lower the barrier to entry for people to use your products, right? That brings me to another question that we can go into later in terms of inclusion, right, and in lowering access to be able to develop things and create things, and who is a developer moving forward, and how this opens the gates for other people to be able to be creators in that sense. But going back to your question, I think that we can move fast in certain use cases and very slow in others. We just need to identify which use cases we can take some risks to be able to get all of us get familiar with the technology, and be able to refine any kinks that may happen, and for us to feel more comfortable. Perhaps you can do a lot more use cases, but just for an internal audience, if you have a critical mass within your company as well, or with some friendlies versus putting something out in the open. There's a lot of different things there's a lot of different levers that you can play with as you refine your use cases.
Great. And as an add-on question, I'll throw this out. I'll let either Rizal or Sean jump into this one, is thinking about it from that developer relations, developer marketing lens. What are some of the things that you've done to create those lower risk opportunities for customers to explore and try this. And that this actually was was the API World yesterday, and this was a question that actually came up from one of the attendees who was working in an emergent space and was wondering, how do you help people get over that trust ledge to kind of stay connected to a product? So Rizal, I saw the hand go up, and I'll throw it over to you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm talking from maybe like a slightly different perspective, not necessarily like with APIs, but I know when I first started at GitHub Copilot was new, and there was like a lot of like varying responses. Like I would go on Twitter and some people would be like, this is amazing. And then some people will be like, I really hate GitHub Copilot. It's stealing code, da 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 da. And there was some misconceptions and some truths. And for me, I was like super new, and I was like, okay, I want to know if like the company I'm working at is actually producing this really bad product. So I was like, let me dive in and try it out. And the way that I was able to like build trust is just giving people as many examples as possible on like how to actually use this product, and giving them little tips and tricks, telling them and being honest about where it was weak and where it could be improved. So I'd be like, hey guys, or hey everyone, like GitHub Copilot is using generative AI, which means the output's going to be non-deterministic. You can't always control the output, but here are like some little tips and tricks that you can do to make sure that the results are like guided in a better direction towards you. So I would like do that through blog posts and like conference talks, or even just sitting down with somebody. So like that's like a simple example of how I try to like lower the barrier and like explain things to people. Because although GitHub Copilot is like, I guess, relatively easy to use because you just write a comment, it's not really straightforward because you're like, okay, it should be writing the code that I want it to write for me. Yeah.
I appreciate that. And you said something that even though we're in this incredibly transformative, fast-moving time, it also really gets to the core of the work that we do, and that even if we're moving at a slightly different pace, it doesn't change, which is the core of our work is empathy, and the core of our work is listening, and the core of our work is building trust. And you actually led to the next question, which I'm going to throw over now to Sean, to you, which is and Rizal, you actually said this when you were talking about how you were able to ramp up on your new role, that it was an area that you didn't know a lot about. And we've alluded to how this may change the definition of what a developer is, or who someone is who builds and who writes code. And so, if AI assisted code lowers that barrier, does it change the definition? Or who is a developer, and what does it mean for inclusion of people who are creating within this space? So Sean, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Sure. I'll just have one comment on what Rizal was saying.
Go for it.
Beforehand. Like, I think in terms of, like building trust, like one of the things that I have found helpful is to kind of remind people that there's been these, almost every time we introduce some sort of like developer productivity jump, there's always like resistance of either, what does this mean for my job? Like, does this, devalue my skills? Like, there was a time 20 years ago when to move code from staging to production, there was someone who was paid to copy and paste that code from one server to another and manually create a backup. Like that, and eventually we automated that, and it was a good thing, right? And that we didn't need to essentially have somebody, and that person probably like reskilled and did other things. So it's not necessarily like productivity takes away your job or anything like that. And I think that leads us to your question, Katie, around what does this mean to be a developer. So for me, I think engineering is ultimately about solving problems. That's what you get paid for, is not to necessarily write code. Code might be essentially the means with which you solve problems, but the reason you're paid the, rather large salaries that we can get paid as software engineers is to solve problems. And I think that's an important thing to remember. And if we can essentially use productivity tools like AI or, CI/CD, then it allows us to actually have more time to focus on solving hard problems. And that's a good thing. There are a lot of things that when it comes to coding that aren't necessarily like super high skill things of just like pushing and pulling data, that if you can take that thing away, then that, I feel like that's a good thing. It allows us to focus on other things. And in terms of essentially having tools that lower the barrier to entry for someone to be able to do some form of coding, I don't necessarily see that as somebody somehow like devaluing what it means to be an engineer or developer. It's like I can go on YouTube and watch a video about, like, I don't know, fixing a leak in my sink, and I do that, it doesn't make me a plumber. Like, it doesn't necessarily remove the value and skill set of a plumber just because I was able to do that simple thing that I learned from YouTube. So I don't think that it's like a danger of somehow like discrediting what we, bring to the industry, or what our, why we spent time, studying, computer science, or however we came to acquire these skills.
And at the same time, though, and I'm going to throw this back out, and then we're going to do another like quick around the horn. We're going to do kind of a thumbs up, thumbs down voting sort of thing quickly. But how do we think it, especially as we're all creating product, program, campaigns targeted to developers? We talked a lot about internally how we've thought about building product, doing our own jobs and things like that. And yet a lot of the work that we do is actually externally focused. And so how do you think about this from an inclusivity perspective? So we know it isn't necessarily going to devalue jobs that we have, although I feel like if you read the media, sometimes they think it might, and they're like, ooh, jobs are going to go away. And yet, how does it actually create more opportunities? So I'm curious if I can throw that out there and see if anyone wants to take that one. Rizal, we'll go Rizal quickly and then Leandro.
I felt bad because Leandro went off mute, but I just am extremely passionate about this topic. I think that the ways that it can like introduce more inclusivity and stuff like that is, I think that products like ChatGPT or GitHub Copilot can provide a sense of like psychological safety. Like my experience when I first started off as a software engineer was like so scary because there's like nobody that looks like me. I don't really like, it's like, for lack of better word, it's like a bunch of like older white men, and I'm like 21, and like it was also like a lot of them might have been a little bit more, I think tech could be a little elitist, so it'd be like hard to ask questions. If I've been like researching all day long, I will like ask and be like, hey, can I have some help? And they're like, did you Google it? So that will already like shut down my like confidence, and I'll be like, now I don't want to code. But I think that like having something like GitHub Copilot or ChatGPT, I wish I had that earlier on, where I can like go back and forth and be like, hey, how do I do this? And I can go in more confidently. I can even like, I can still collaborate with my coworkers, but I can go in more confidently. How far I got, I know I'm doing the right thing, but I just need like an extra step. So I think in some sense, yes, it can, I guess, like maybe take away jobs, maybe for like folks that are in like the art field or whatever. But I think it can help strengthen folks who are in technical roles, especially if they're like from a more minority like sense. And then also like maybe even from an accessibility point of view, not necessarily like more visible abilities or disabilities, but maybe like non-visible ones, like maybe you have like ADHD or something like that. It can be hard to focus sometimes when you're like coding, and those tools are like something that can help you to be like, all right, I'm going to focus. It kind of makes it a little bit more gamified for you and gives you that like dopamine hit that you need.
I appreciate that thoughtfulness about how it can help in terms of building up that confidence and giving access to that information. I feel like we could have an entirely separate panel about what artificial intelligence and generative AI means for arts and creativity and who identity is. I think if we have time, I think safeguards and ethics is one of the questions at the very end that we can dig into. But before we get to the next question, Leandro, was there anything that you wanted to add to this one?
Yeah, I was just like, I do think, I don't know how, if we can look at jobs, I believe the jobs are going to evolve regardless in the arts as well. I also think that, garbage in, garbage out still applies. So there's a whole new art about how to write the proper prompts to be able to get what you need. So I think that what the system thinking that all of us have is super helpful for that, including for artists that may need to convey some kind of image of or emotion, leveraging these kind of tools, right? So I do think that the work is definitely gonna evolve. I also wanted to build on or from what Sean was saying about the realities that our job is to solve problems. I do think that based on like the role of the developer is evolving. The developer has a lot more influence, decision making power, and budget now that technology is being sold via SaaS, in terms of which tools are being used, choosing the right tools for the job. And I think that's also a lot of value added that a developer can add. But it also goes back to like defining what is core to what you really need to build versus all the other tools that you can use. And I think that we will continuously ask that question to ourselves, to understand what is truly core, what is truly unique that we need to build versus what we can leverage for something else.
Got it. I think just as an FYI, I think we lost Rizal for a minute, but she'll join us back as soon as she can. And you said something there that really resonated with me, which is, oh, and we have Rizal back, which is fabulous. Which is, no, it's all good. We're so happy to have you back. Thank you. Which is no, I'm trying to remember it. The idea that it's a tool, and that it isn't just all of a sudden going to make everything perfect. And I'm actually going to, and it leads beautifully into this next question, which is kind of the state in which things are at. And the reason that I think about this is I think about having an argument with a chatbot for the US Postal Service earlier this year, where it's this idea of, we don't need customer support anymore because we have these chatbots. And I was like, give me a person. And it took like 15 minutes for it to understand that like their chatbot system could not understand it. Apologies, UPS, US Postal Service. And it kind of, and this goes to the pop culture piece. So Rizal, you teed us up so perfectly with that reference to Mean Girls. Is when I think about the future, and there was kind of this promise and this scariness, and the two things that came to mind for me. So this is where it's going to be the quick thumbs up, thumbs down, because we have a lot to get to in like 8 minutes. Is on one hand was like the dystopic Ilium from Vonnegut's Player Piano. And on the other was like the very utopian, like Plazer 15 from like the last season of The Mandalorian. So if I've lost you all, I apologize. But it was essentially like dystopic, which is like humans have no roles, to utopic, which is like robots and artificial intelligence have replaced everything so that we can live these lives of leisure. So I'm going to do a quick around the horn, which is like where each of you thinks we're falling within that scale. Like if you're like, this is really scary, or this is really promising and hopeful. So Leandro, you're now on my upper right corner. So we're going to go Leandro, Sean, and Rizal with that quick thumbs up, thumbs down vote.
Well, I don't know if I can do a quick thumbs up, thumbs down there, but what I can tell you very quickly is I do believe that, you know, we have had in history a lot of different tools that boost our productivity, and we still tend to work similar amount of hours. Like we just do more, but we also keep busy, right? So I do think that I don't think it's going to be completely utopian or dystopian. I also think that perhaps my definition of utopian would be different. I don't think that Gen AI and robotics will completely replace and then we'll just go to the beach, because I don't think that's who we are as people. I think we'll still be busy working and building new stuff with all these tools augmenting what we can achieve.
That is absolutely fair. So, you know, potential scriptwriter for The Mandalorian here, right here, people. Sean.
Overall, I think it's a positive thing. I think that there is something where, for whatever reason, for things like robotics or AI, there's more of a sort of like concern or negative reaction to it, to these things that like things that we consider like uniquely human. But I think over time we'll just kind of get used to it, and it'll just become the way things work, and we won't even be thinking about it. It's just like we don't think about the fact that we're right now in 4 different locations around the world talking in real time and broadcasting out to everyone. But 20 years ago, that would have been like, you know, like magic essentially. So we take for granted a lot of times the technology that we innovate around, and it just takes some time to kind of get over the original hype cycles to being like, oh, this is the way that things work. And I think I'm in particular really excited about the potential impact, like positive impact that generative AI can have in the world of biotech. There's a lot of really, really amazing work that's going on around drug design right now, and being able to leverage AI technologies to really innovate and speed up the go-to-market of drugs that can really like help people. So that's a very, very exciting space that I think would be pretty much impossible to be able to do the things that they're doing without some of these technologies.
And related, I heard a great piece on public radio this week is how they're thinking about incorporating it into doctors' tools. So particularly doctors that are already overworked, how can they actually get to novel and unique information more quickly for their patients? So, kind of related to that. And Rizal, what do you think? Are we heading towards Ilium, or are we heading towards Plazer 15, or somewhere in the middle?
Okay, I would say I'll try to keep mine short. We're going towards a positive direction, but I think we need to continue to stay intentional and like cautious of how we're building these tools, because sometimes some of the AI tools that people build can affect humanity negatively. So as long as we're being responsible, I think it'll be a positive direction.
Excellent. Leandro, you want to go back to that one?
Just wanted to make a quick comment, since some of us are in identities in one way or the other. I also think that it's contrasting to see how we are evolving in AI, and a lot of wars going on in the world, right? So I think it's important to and how these technologies can help. We need to be careful about what's true, what's not, what's real, what's not, what's a real identity versus not in all this information coming around. And I have hope that these technologies can help us in the positive way to discern and get to the intrinsic value of truth.
I appreciate that. Thank you. It looks like we have about 3 minutes, so I'm going to give each of you one more question, and each of you about a minute to ask that one question before we wrap things up. So Sean, I'm going to go back to you on this one, because you had actually referred to the pitch days for Y Combinator and how 99% of them were coming from this space. And so I'm curious if you think that there's a potential negative impact. And again, with that focus and mindset of not just how we do jobs as developers, but also how we put information out into the world as developer relations practitioners. So do you see a negative impact of this hype train? So this is your, 1 minute question, go.
Yeah, I think there is potentially a negative impact right now, in particular, because there's so much focus on Gen AI and LLMs that as a company, that as a startup, it makes it harder to get funding if you're not essentially doing something in that space, because everybody, any sort of VC is hyper focused on that, and trying to make sure that they have kind of like skin in the game, that they're going to have a horse in the race, or whatever metaphor you want to use. And I think similarly, we're seeing the same thing with like conferences or content, and like the ones that are going to get the most views right now, or the most get accepted to conferences as talks, or people have excitement around, are going to lean into things that are related to generative AI. And that creates a lot of noise, that really good work that is not related to generative AI is still going on, but it kind of like gets hidden below this massive amount of content and talks and companies that are doing things specifically around this. So I think it's going to take a little bit of time for that to die down. And we've seen these cycles before with, SOMO, local from like 15 years ago, or social search, like all these different things that have happened. And eventually it kind of contracts and things calm down. But I do worry in terms of so much noise, it makes it hard for other people who are doing interesting work to kind of stand out.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Leandro, question for you, since you've talked a lot about identity and safeguarding. So your one final quick question is going to be kind of thoughts, super quick thoughts, and I'm sure you could give an entire, you could give a master course on this, of safeguarding sensitive data and what it means for intellectual property and things like that. So as people are building things or thinking about building things, how to keep that within their frame of reference, and what it means both in terms of building product and doing their work.
I think if we don't understand how the information that you use in a prompt is going to be used or reused or absorbed, we just need to be careful and have some kind of a systematic way of redacting the prompts that we use with certain AIs in terms of public AIs to be able to be able to craft a good input to get the output that you need without putting your IP at risk. And I think that will be a whole new field that will continue to evolve.
Rizal, I think we ran out of time. I am so sorry, but I think as our friends at SlashData had teed us up, the conversation doesn't need to end. We have an active channel within Slack. So if there were any questions that we didn't get to for all of you, all of us are in that Slack channel and happy to continue the conversation.
And Rizal, you can always tell us your answer on Slack. We can give you a sec as well here if you want to just finish and close up the chat.
Sounds good. I'm good either way.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Leandro, Sean, and Rizal. This is just one of those topics. There's so much to discuss. Let's pick it up on Slack. Let's continue that discussion. And we'll get into our next session, or it's our lightning talk. So let's move on to our first round of lightning talks. We will welcome 3 speakers to the stage. They will be back to back, and the first one is Lisa Tagliaferri, Senior Director of Developer Education at Chainguard, who will share her thoughts on building learning communities that scale with developers. Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you so much for having me today. I'm going to try to share my window. Would somebody be able to, let's see, here we go. All right, there we go. Thank you. Cool. So thank you so much for having me, everybody. Today, I will be speaking about building learning communities that scale with developers. That is, how can we build learning communities that support developers as they advance from beginner to intermediate to advanced or professional? We all know that developers are lifelong learners due to the ever-changing nature of software evolution, but how can we as developer advocates and educators support this lifelong journey? So to give a short background about where I'm coming from, I'm Lisa Tagliaferri, Senior Director of Developer Enablement at Chainguard, which is a software supply chain security startup. I have taught at universities, I've written a few books on Python, and contribute to or collaborate with open source projects like Sigstore, which is a security tool suite, and Wilfy, which is a community Linux OS designed for the container and cloud native era. So we all know the trusted formula of learning to code. First, you download your tools and set up your programming environment. Then you open up a text file and write in your hello world code. Finally, you run the code. Of course, it is always a magical experience when your code compiles and runs. And here we see the step through. We'll do the print hello, in this case, the DevRelX summit. And we save the file. And then we run the code with Python in our Python programming environment. Cool, so magical, yes. But then what do we do? Unfortunately, a lot of coding journeys stop somewhere in the beginning because there are tutorials and education that's at the newbie end of the spectrum. And then on the other side, there is complicated guidance or obscure reference material, which is on that experience end of the spectrum. So it could get tough while people are trying to advance on their developer journey. And we all know that when we are just starting out and installing our dependencies, we could get lost along the way and give up. So what should we do? There are a number of ways for us as developer advocates to build instructors to support developers on their journey, whether it's with a new stack or a new product. I'll touch on a few of these examples here. So there's project-based learning, complementary learning, open source community, peer networks and accountability, and then finally, we'll talk a little bit about how can AI help. So first, we'll talk about project-based learning. Project-based learning is one of the tried and true ways for someone to fully understand what they are learning, as they have to put it into action. The best kind of projects are ones that the developer imagines themselves, but we can give guidelines and example apps to get them there. Here is a great example series by Kathleen Howard that puts this into action, helping developers that already know about Node to learn to scale their apps from containers to Kubernetes. Here, there's a fun example app about sharks, but it can be readily modified to something meaningful for the developer who's working through this tutorial. The series is segmented so that a developer that's just looking to learn one of these things can jump right in if they have the context that they need, or they could go step by step from containerizing their app with Docker to securing a full application. And we see there's also great little tooltips to do copy and paste of these commands so you don't have to, there's not a lot of friction there. So a full project not only allows a developer to go deep into multiple areas and connect them together, but they have something at the end to show. And this could also help with their career goals, whether it's through a developer portfolio or to talk through their project in an interview. This gives them something that they could take home with them. So remember that pain of waiting for npm install to complete. Sometimes browser-based terminals or IDEs can help to reduce that friction. And these sandboxes are a great complement to project-based learning. This approach lets a developer jump right into a fully fledged environment set up for the task at hand so that they could complete a project without needing to install things first. This way, a developer can just start coding without having to deal with an arduous setup. And here we have examples from Codecademy and Instruct. This one is a homegrown one that Jamon Kamiso made for Chainguard Academy. This one is working through installing and getting up and running with APKO, and you could copy and run the code right into a browser-based terminal. And then notebooks are something similar that allow you to run code samples. These could be implemented right into developer content for project-based learning. Here is Jupyter Notebook and runme.dev. Some of these can be integrated right into existing content, or they could be set up separately. Notebooks in particular have proven effective when I use them in live demos and workshops. It helps people to feel good and that they can move forward, which is an important part of continuing the developer journey without them getting bogged down in their local dev environment. Next, we'll talk about complementary learning. So complementary learning is learning alongside the major track or curriculum that someone is following. Say they're following a Python data science track. As those who enable developers in DevRel, we can build demos and other content that includes learning with more breadth. That is, when we are demoing ML containers and pushing them to a registry, we could talk about signing them for added security. When we're demonstrating putting our project in Git, we can include commit signing through a tool like GitSign, and shout out here also to the organizers of Pi Texas. When we have a GitHub demo repository, we can include GitHub actions and show how and why we're using that action and that automation. So in these ways, increasing the breadth of developers' learning can help them understand what is out there, how they can integrate with more tools, and can provide them with direction on what to learn next. So let's talk about open source. Open source is one of the great environments where developers can truly learn in the wild. There is so much code and opportunity that it can be overwhelming. When DevRel is able to curate open source for others, it can be a major win. One example is through encouraging contributors through initiatives like Hacktoberfest. Hacktoberfest is the month-long celebration that's happening now in the month of October. Erica Heidi has labeled issues in the Wolfie repo with the Hacktoberfest label that we think newcomers to the repo will be able to do successfully. And she also included a guide on DevTO to help people get going. Here, we promise to support developers with reviews and guidance to see them be able to merge to this open source project and to have a good experience. Forums in GitHub are often overlooked, but can be a great way to engage and support newcomers. Building an active forum can help bring people in and make it less intimidating. Open source communities that are welcoming and provide easy ways to interact and jump in can help developers advance in their careers and expand their networks. Opportunities for pair programming outside of the work environment can expose developers to different approaches and different experiences. We who are already in those OSS communities benefit from getting new voices into open source and new contributors, new maintainers, new documentation, all the good things. Search tools like SourceGraph and also GitHub Search can also be leveraged to help developers go deeper. When Search has access to a lot of open source code, we can use this to demonstrate how code works out there in the wild, in production. And we can use this to show how to make updates due to end of life or security changes, like in this example with like diff search. And having all of these examples at one's fingertips can empower a developer to try something new. So using search tools can be a great way for people in DevRel to help to demonstrate this. Next, peer networks are a great way to support learning. In DevRel, we could join peer networks ourselves, or we could foster new networks, smaller communities. Having others on the developer journey alongside somebody who's learning or starting out in the intermediate or even advanced levels can help to enable success because they're not going alone. And it can also distribute the support a developer may need as they ramp up. One network that is notable for developers is Codem. This builds in accountability into peer networks, and Codem matches developers at similar levels so that they can support each other as they grow. Their website is codem.cc. Finally, AI is an exciting way to speak directly to developers. As we know, developers are lifelong learners. They're always interested in the next thing. So among professional developers, according to the Stack Overflow 2023 developer survey, many of them are hoping to use things like Copilot, Cody, ChatGPT to write code, to debug code, to learn about a code base. Still, there is not quite high trust yet about AI systems, but about 40% of developers somewhat trust AI. So it is up to us in DevRel to make sure that the AI that we use is being used in a way that's trustworthy and to enable and empower developers. So I know that many devs will groan about chatbots, and I certainly groan about chatbots too. But some AI bots can actually make documentation sites a lot easier to digest. So many times a developer is going to a doc site, they're just trying to solve a problem, right? They're not trying to learn everything all at once. They just have something they want to fix right now while they're coding. So chatbots that are done well on a documentation site that knows the entire docs that are available, they could actually help somebody go quickly if they're being used and deployed in an effective way. Also, there are opportunities to use something like ChatGPT or Bard right in documentation sites or demos today, but helping developers use AI effectively and efficiently is part of our role. We could show how to use AI to lint productively or debug code that doesn't run, or to help a developer document their own code so that they don't forget what it is that code does when they're learning the next new thing. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm available on X, Twitter, and also Blue Sky, LinkedIn, all of those places. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Lisa. That was extremely informative. I don't think there is lots of talk going into the chat. So if you've seen those comments, we can probably pick something up there. Let's see. Wow, some really good comments. Talk is amazing. I think strategies like this are going to become so important in this competitive market. So really great comments. Thank you for that, Lisa. And I don't see any specific questions, but just a lot of good feedback. This was really great. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So let's go for the next presentation. The next presentation is on DevOps, and more specifically, end-to-end to OpenTelemetry observability across apps, Kubernetes, and database. We are very excited to welcome Paul Parkinson, developer advocate at Oracle. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was an awesome talk, Lisa. Mine won't be as good, to be honest. Mine's a bit more topical. So let me go ahead and share my screen here. Just a second. Okay. So it's funny because I could echo a lot of what Lisa was saying in that presentation. That was really well done. I've been a developer advocate at Oracle for a while now, and we use a lot of those same strategies as far as exactly what she said, as far as there's a million hello world examples, but if you give someone a sandbox environment and workshops to take it to the next level, it just makes such a difference. But all of that presentation I really enjoyed. So mine is a bit more topical as far as DevOps. DevOps meets DataOps. But this is something I wanted to present on because I've been working in this area for quite a while, and it's kind of a cross-cutting concern. So no matter what you're working on, and especially if you're working on these AI apps, not only the AI apps and different architectures like microservices and things like that start to necessitate this ability to have good observability into your applications, but also there are AI tools to help with the observability and CI/CD and DevOps and things like that. So I'm going to go into, I am coming from Oracle, so I'm going to be talking about Oracle products, but it's the overall topic of observability and things to consider. And like I say, whenever I give presentations on a number of different topics, but DevOps, CI/CD, and especially observability always fills the room, whether it's because it's something people like or it's something people have to deal with whatever application they're building. And like I say, especially things like microservices where there are these components, disparate that need tracing, etc. So let me get into it. I do have a lot of slides. I'll go fairly fast through them, but it's more about getting the overall concepts. So this is the agenda, and I'll go through them one by one, starting with cloud native OpenTelemetry and open source. Okay, so of course, it's a great thing to have standards, and one of the most adopted standards in CNCF now is OpenTelemetry. So this refers to all areas of observability, which are basically what are referred to as the three pillars: metrics, logs, and tracing. And so now there is a standard, which has basically been taking the most popular formats and standardizing them so they can be used across all these opponents. So OpenTelemetry is widely accepted, across the industry. All the products are adopting this now. It started in 2019, and just about every product involved in this space conforms to that standard. So in the Kubernetes space, if you're familiar with Kubernetes, there's a construct or a resource called an operator. And as the name may suggest, it takes the work of operators, of administrators, and automates it. And so in the case of there are operators for all different products now. And Oracle has one for the database, has a few of them. One of them is for the database, and it will maintain the life cycle of your database for you. Okay, so this is part of any kind of CI/CD pipeline, is your provisioning stage of, particularly maybe different environments like dev, production, etc. So this helps with that. And you can automatically add it into your Kubernetes cluster using this dashboard. Okay. The next thing we're going to talk about is open source exporters. So exporters are basically, as the name suggests, exporting information from one system and then generally translating it into an OpenTelemetry format to be observed in visualization tools. So in the case of Oracle, we have these different exporters, again, from various products, but particularly the database. And so from the database, we can export metrics, logs, and tracing. And that's basically what that's showing here. And we're doing it, again, in OpenTelemetry format. So Prometheus for metrics, Jaeger or Zipkin, et cetera, for tracing. And so that can be brought into a Grafana console or any other visualizer. And what's nice about the Oracle exporters, and the overall theme of this talk is making observability powerful, simple, and I like to say also enjoyable. When you look at a nice console and you can see everything, a sky view of your entire system, which is difficult with a lot of these, architectures, like I'm saying now, multi-cloud, microservices, various API systems being called into. What's nice about having something like this is that you can get exactly the information you need. So for this database exporter, you can say, I want exactly these metrics. And the same thing for logs. I don't want all the logs. I want the logs for my online store or for whatever, particular, this department of my online store, whatever it may be. So these exporters are very customizable. Okay, and the same thing for logs. And so what we have is this observability controller that's built into the operator I mentioned that automatically sets all of this up for you for your database. Okay. Now we go on to client-side tracing and server-side tracing. So again, a lot of the theme of this, as I say in the title slide, is the end-to-end observability. And a lot of people say that end-to-end, but I mean it. So a lot of people, when they're talking about end-to-end, they may be, they're talking about the application side, or they're talking about the database side. And what I'm talking about, and again, I'm not just talking about Oracle here. In general, this is an issue or a consideration that must be addressed. Your application traces all the way from the phone or browser into the database, and including what the database is doing, and really including what the database is even doing with the file system and what's going on with the network. There are all these considerations. Just your microservice 1 called microservice 2 isn't enough to see the full picture. And so that's what we've been developing at Oracle, is this full end-to-end ability. So I'll talk a little bit about how we do that, because it's tricky, and we're essentially the only people that do that into the database. So there's the client-side tracing, okay? And this is how tracing works. Essentially, whatever your component is, it's, as I say, exporting its traces. So it spans, and a span can be anything. It can be a security operation, an application operation, a network operation. A trace has multiple spans, okay? So each component is exporting its span, its activity, and then they're being collected by a distributed tracing system so that you can view it in one continuous path, okay? And so there are a few options for instrumenting, and what OpenTelemetry standard does, not only standardizes it, its second biggest goal is to make it so that you can apply these without modifying code, okay? Because you may even have legacy systems or something like that where you can't manipulate the code. And just in general, it's nice to have your, it's a good design and development practice to keep as little extra cross-cutting concern logic out of your microservices. So you want to keep security out of them. You want to keep, things like tracing and observability out of them. You just want your business logic in there. So someone with that expertise can just write that microservice and not have to worry about the system. So there are a few ways to do that. Again, there's manual, the less desirable. And then there are agents and built instrumentation. Okay, and I'm going to show two examples. First, in the .NET there is built-in instrumentation. So the short story is you have configuration. It will intercept different parts of your code and export it to that the tracing collector that I mentioned. Okay, and so that's what's available in .NET and in the Oracle.NET driver. Okay, and you have different options as far as the levels, etc. An example of the agent client tracing technique is in Java or JDBC, where OpenTelemetry uses Java agents, which have been around for ages, to attach to a Java process. And it's basically bytecode manipulation to find it and then send these traces out automatically. And so that's what we've done in JDBC with Oracle. Again, these are all standard open source based. And so we also provide an interface with extra information for your agent to use to send, additional information to your tracing collector. Okay. Now on to the server side. So what the client, in the case of Oracle, what's unique is it's not only collecting tracing information and sending it to the collector from the client side, it's propagating an ID to the server side. It's propagating the OpenTelemetry tracing ID, to be specific. And that's a big difference, because now you can not just correlate in different visualizers, but actually have a continuous trace and metrics that are collated in a visualizer. And so, as I say, that's a very big difference, because usually what's going on is you have at least 2 visualizers for your observability open, and you're tracing your application. And then on the right-hand side, you have a big node that says database, okay, and it stops there. So you have your trace. I called insert into this database or whatever you did, but then you generally have to grab that ID, then go over to your database visualizer and do the correlation. And so what we've done is made it so you can visualize it all in one flow, okay? And we've done that by adding server-side tracing. And I won't go so deep into this. I know it's a lot of information, like I said in this presentation, but if you have any questions, you can ask afterwards, of course, too. But in the short story is, on the server side, we are exporting the database tracing, which has been around for decades. So I'm quite sure the OpenTelemetry standard is based on some of the Oracle tracing. I'm sure there was some influence there. So we're exporting in OpenTelemetry format these traces, and we're doing it with the trace that came in, that was propagated from the client side. So then we can do these sub-ops within the database to really give you the information on the database side and give a trace on the client and server side. So this is a very simple example of that. The first trace there is on the client. The second trace is in the database, and it's showing things in one trace and showing things that you wouldn't be able to do if you didn't have that capability, that information you see there. Okay. Real quick, this is kind of more bleeding edge, but on the Kubernetes side, one of the hottest topics right now is eBPF. And this, very quickly on this allows you to attach to your Linux kernel safely with a probe. And this technology has been around for a little bit, actually, but now it's really starting to be used, and starting to be used in places where a service mesh, if you're familiar with service mesh, is being used, because you don't need a sidecar like service mesh. It's very transparent. And what it does is you have a probe next to your Linux kernel, and then you have an application talking with that probe, and you can get all of the information that's coming in and out of it, and in a safe manner, as I say. So you can get observability information at this network kernel layer, and you don't have to rebuild the kernel or be intrusive at it. And so in the Oracle OKE, which is the Kubernetes offering from Oracle, we have this where you can automatically have this deployed as part of your container workload in Kubernetes. Okay, so very easy. And of course, it's integrated into visualization products. And so this visualization, or this monitoring, is not only passive, but you can also do things like routing things like service mesh, you can take this traffic and do the routing, and it's actually very nice for security because you can shut things down right at the at the pipes. If something's going wrong in the system, you can instruct this to shut down the network, so it's very low level and transparent. Okay, and so very quickly, I know I only have a minute. I just make the point with these last two sections here that even though Oracle has very nice products to make this simpler, and those are OCI, APM, operations and management. Everything is supported in open source products. So there's no lock-in or anything like that. All of these products, support and consume all the functionality I've mentioned, so including Grafana. So here's an example of a Grafana console where you're going from the app into the database. And on the right-hand side, we see metrics. In the middle, we see logs. And on the left, we see tracing. And you can drill down back and forth between them. Okay, the logs have links to the tracing, etc. Okay, so, and again, I won't go too much into the Oracle aspects other than it has AI intelligence for the logs and all the observability built in. So you get a lot of niceness that you don't have to build yourself. Okay. And the only other thing I will mention is the database. If you're using Mongo, you're looking at me and saying, this is all Oracle database stuff. I don't care. We have a Mongo adapter if you happen to be using Mongo. So this all applies if you're using Mongo as well. Okay. And here are some resources. And I appreciate you listening to my ramblings. I know this is a lot of information, but I wanted to dump a lot onto you because, as I say, this is something that is very, as a developer advocate, every time I present on this, the room is full because it's a tough issue and a nice one if you solve it. So thanks so much for your time.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Paul. That was extremely insightful and really interesting capabilities, actually. So cool. Interested to see more. Now we're ready for our last presentation. Actually, we're in this round of lightning talks. Todd Kerpelman, developer Plaidvocate at Plaid, will share his experience on building an AI-powered chatbot for Plaid's documentation site. Looking forward to this. Todd, on to you.
All right. Thank you. Can you hear me? Get a thumbs up. All right. Excellent. Hi, everybody. So I'm here to talk to you today about what I learned building an AI-powered chatbot for our doc site. I think this is the longest title I have had for a presentation up until now. And I only have 15 minutes, so I'm just going to get right into it. So this here is Bill. This is if you were to go and visit Plaid's documentation site and head up over to the search bar up on top, you'll notice that in addition to being able to search our docs, you can ask a question. And so this is something a coworker sent to me. I got dumped by a girlfriend, which Plaid product will help me recover. I guess he's going through some stuff. But what's interesting is Bill was able to provide a pretty good answer. This is a question that I don't think we had anticipated, but it does a pretty good job. So this is what we have. You can try it out today if you want to visit our documentation page, if you browse documentation pages for fun. I'm going to talk to you today about sort of how we built this and why we built this. So like many fun features, Bill started out as a hackathon project. This is sort of what we were able to build after just a few days of hacking at Plaid's annual hackathon. And I'm not going to go into all the nitty-gritty details on how this works because there's frankly lots of videos and blog posts out there already that go into this in a lot of detail. But I do want to give you a high-level overview because I think it's important to sort of understand how these work in general, and that might explain some of our decisions later. So if you want to build a docbot that is sort of trained on your documentation, you kind of have to perform a few steps. First thing you got to do is take all of your content and chop it up into little pieces. So we took all of the content that we felt like a docbot should know about. And for us, that's our documentation pages. We have some implementation guides in PDF form. We have a lot of YouTube video tutorials that we grab transcripts for and so on. You take all that content and you chop them up into pieces that are about 400 words each. You don't have to do this manually. There's lots of libraries out there that help you do this. And then once you have these chunks of 400 words, you basically need to kind of distill it down to a single meaning that is represented as a point in space. And that's kind of a weird concept. So let me show you an example. you can kind of see here, we have like a 2D graph where we've got hot weather activities and cold weather activities on the y-axis, and things that are chores versus things that are fun in the x-axis. And you can see that there are some things that are sort of naturally close together, right? Like hanging out at the beach and hanging out at the pool are kind of clustered together. Shoveling snow, putting chains in your tires are kind of clustered together, right? And this is what we do basically for our documentation content, except that instead of a 2D space like this, it's in a 1500 dimensional space. But drawing in 1500 dimensions is really hard in Google Slides, so you're just going to have to imagine it. And to do this, we used an API, one that was provided for us by OpenAI, called the Embeddings API. You feed in a bunch of text, and it sort of gives you back a point in 1500 dimensional space that represents the meaning of that text. Once we have that giant vector, the next thing we do is store these in a database. And there are vector databases that are designed specifically for sort of quickly searching and storing vectors that might be close to other vectors. So we take that vector, store it in this vector database, include the original source text that was used to generate that vector in the first place. And, in our case, we also included the URL where sort of that text originally came from. Now that we have all this stored in a database, here's what we do. When a user asks a question, the first thing we want to do is convert that question into a vector. And we will do that by sort of sending it to the same embeddings API that we were using to embed all of our original documentation content. Excuse me. Once we're done with that, we have a vector, and we can send that vector to our vector database and say, hey there, database, can you find the 3 or 4 vectors that are closest to this one that we sent you? And once you have that, please send us back the text that's originally associated with these vectors. And so what you get is several chunks of documentation that are pretty likely to be relevant to the user's original question. Then once you have this extra data, you can send that along to your LLM. In our case, we were using GPT-4 by OpenAI. And so, you send GPT the user's original question alongside all the documents that you grabbed from your vector database. And you say, hey, can you answer this question? Probably with the use of this documentation. I think I just set off Siri. Hopefully I won't do anything weird. And it ends up giving you back a fairly accurate, actually, I would say surprisingly accurate answer. It's able to sort of look at the content, look at the question, and give you back a pretty accurate answer. For those of you that are into prompts, this is essentially the prompt that we sent to our AI. Hey, you're a chatbot designed to help developers be more successful using Plaid. Here's the user's question. Here's some documentation that might be helpful in answering the user's question. Please give us an answer. This is a slightly simplified version, so it could all fit in a slide, but it's basically the general idea. My favorite analogy for describing this is it's not like studying for an exam. In the end, our AI doesn't really learn about our documentation. It's more like showing up for an OpenNote test with a magical textbook that always opens to the right page every time, right? You basically have all the documentation, all the notes you need to kind of BS your way into a correct answer. And so that's basically how our chatbot works. And so after building our successful prototype, we were sort of faced with a decision. Do we want to continue sort of building this into a real product? Or, should we just go and buy something? There, sort of around the time that we were doing this, there were a number of startups that are also doing, hey, we'll give you a chatbot based on your documentation site. And actually, since then, a few other startups have popped up that are all sort of offering this. And we sort of evaluated some of these early on. And basically, it seems like they're all following about the same strategy that ours was, in that, it's doing the same. Take your documentation, break it up, put it in a vector database, send it all to GPT. And so what we found is on almost all these chatbots, the quality of answers we were getting were almost the same as what we were able to create, sort of building it in-house, which leads to, I think sort of half our team came to a very obvious conclusion, which is, well, why should we spend our time building something when we could, shell out a few bucks and get something nearly as good right away? And then the other half of our team came to a very obvious conclusion, which is, why should we spend money on a third-party solution when, you could build something just as good all by yourself? And so, there were a lot of the usual sort of build versus buy trade-offs. Like if you build it yourself, it'll probably be less expensive in the long run because there's not sort of another company out there that needs to be profitable. You'll have sort of more fine-tuned control over everything, probably a better experience, so on and so forth. On the other hand, if if you choose to go with a third-party solution, it's going to get to market a whole lot faster. You can honestly, with some of these third-party solutions, probably get a chatbot, roughly working in like a day or two. Get a crude version in a day, probably get it nicer over, a week or so. And these third-party solutions have dedicated engineering teams that will probably make their product better over time. In the end, though, I think one reason we chose to build this internally is this reason right here. We got to learn a lot about LLMs and about AI, and I'm pretty sure that AI is not going away. And for us, Plaid has sort of a very strong culture around personal growth and learning new things. And obviously, one of the best ways to learn something new is to try building it yourself. And at some point, I think we are going to be building tools that sort of use some kind of AI, some kind of LLMs that can't be built by a third party. And it's nice that we have this knowledge internally based on sort of our prior experience trying to build Built. Of course, the drawback is obvious to anybody who said, "Oh, I could build Twitter in a weekend." You can't. And I definitely underestimated the time it took to turn this into an actual product. But eventually we did get it out there. I do think it's important to set expectations when you're doing this. When we first were doing the hackathon project, we had no idea sort of what this doc bot was capable of. We're like, maybe we don't need documentation in the future. The bot will just sort of guide all our developers, and they'll just ask the bot to build stuff for them. That's not true. You're still going to need to write documentation. In fact, a good doc bot is highly dependent on having good documentation, but it can make your documentation experience better. In sort of three main ways. It's really good at synthesizing information that's spread across different pages. Bill can compare like two different Plaid products that sound very similar, but actually aren't. It can often be a better search experience than search. Search is great if you know the thing that you're searching for, but if you don't know the term, if you don't know if the thing even exists and you can only describe your problem, sometimes Bill is really good at pointing you to content to learn more. And I think it's also very good at taking generic documentation and rephrasing it for your user's specific use case. I used to work at Firebase, and we have very good documentation that describes sort of at a high level, like how Firebase sort of stores and indexes and searches through data. And oftentimes developers didn't want that. They wanted specific documentation on how to build an Instagram clone because they were building an Instagram clone. That's hard to do, but a chatbot can kind of do that for you. It can take your generic documentation and make it very specific for your use case. Also, you are still going to need a support team, but you can make their lives better. I would say, roughly oversimplifying things, your support team is going to have sort of two groups of questions, two categories. The questions that probably could have been answered from your documentation, and the questions that actually need a support team, like, we're having trouble with our account, or this thing that should be working isn't working. Can you check your internal logs and tell us why? Things like that. And so by having a docbot hopefully sort of intercept a lot of those questions in the first category, you can make sure that your support team has more time to spend on, the questions they really should be answering, all the ones in the second category. Here's a bunch of technical decisions compressed into a single slide because, again, I only have 15 minutes. We used GPT-4 over GPT 3.5 Turbo. And for a lot of developers that have been working with GPT, they were sort of surprised by that because, GPT-4 is like 20 times more expensive. And so I think a lot of developers just kind of discount it right away. But I would say, maybe that's okay. Like for us, we are not, we're not React. We don't have like millions of developers using us for free. Right? We have thousands of developers using us, and they are, or hopefully will be, paying customers. And so from our perspective, it just sort of made sense economically to sort of spend that additional money on our OpenAI costs, if it helps our developers be more successful in the long run. And realistically, we probably spend 10 to 20 cents per question on our OpenAI costs. And again, for the number of developers we have, for sort of, given the fact that they all hopefully will be paying customers, that for us is totally worth it. We used LangChain, but I would point out it's not a panacea. LangChain is a library, if you don't know, that sort of makes it easier to, talk to, these AI endpoints. It makes it easier to do the grabbing your data and chopping it up. But I actually noticed talking to other engineers in the company who were working on their own AI projects, they didn't necessarily use LangChain. They, just talked to the AI endpoints directly. And I would say LangChain is really good at sort of taking complicated processes and condensing it down into like a single line of code. But if you need to modify those processes in any way, you often end up needing to kind of recreate a lot of the stuff that LangChain does. So I'm still happy I used it, but I would say don't feel like you need to be obligated to use it. It's just sort of a helpful library. We used Pinecone as our vector database. We used OpenAI as our LLM. I think probably for both of these, it was just because one, at the time we have a internal tools team that had vetted both of these, and they sort of met with all of our requirements regarding security and all of that. And also, they were sort of industry standard, I would say, at the time. I mean, they still kind of are, which means that sort of there's a lot of, supporting information and tutorials out there already. How do you evaluate the performance of an LLM? Like, this is not easy, right? You will get lots of very plausible sounding answers from your chatbot. How can you tell if they're right or not, right? These both sound right. One of them is very wrong. The first line of defense is ask GPT to grade itself, right? We sort of have a series of questions and sort of ideal answers that those questions, that those answers should contain. And what we do is we have a Python script that sends those questions to Bill. And then we take those answers and we send them back to GPT and say, hey, this is the answer we got from our chatbot. These are the talking points an ideal answer should contain. How'd they do? How'd you do? Grade yourself on a score of like 0 to 100. And this does pretty well. This is good for sort of like broad stroke, oh, we updated our database, did we break something kinds of tests. But ultimately, oh, there's a typo. We review these ourselves. In the end, you kind of need a human who knows about your product to sort of double check Bill's answers. And in our case, we had a manager who spot checked all the questions. Well, not all, some of the questions that Bill gave us, and, generally determined that for the most part, Bill got these answers correct. But yeah, you do still kind of need a human, at least for now. What happens if something goes wrong? First thing, check and see if the docs are complete. Oftentimes Bill missed an answer because something that we thought was in the docs was not in it. And we could fix it easily just by adding that stuff to the docs. Stuff that we thought was explicit was just sort of implicit. After that, it gets tricky. Sometimes that information is out there. Bill should have gotten the answer, but it didn't. And sometimes you can fix it by figuring out how you're parsing this information. But sometimes the easiest way is just feed the answer directly to your chatbot through a separate text file. So in addition to all of your documentation, you would just take a separate text file and put it in. So I had a little bit on security. You're just going to have to, I guess, come back and review this YouTube recording to see it, because I am out of time. But if you want to find out more, because I did have to rush, head on over to my blog. It's kerp.blog, and I have a post, I think it's the first one there, that goes into a lot more detail on sort of all these topics. Or, reach out to me on LinkedIn. And with that, thank you very much. I am out of time.
Todd, amazing. That was a lot of information indeed, concise, but I think that we are going to get a lot of interest and even rewatching your
network connection.
Sorry, can you hear me, Todd? Well, thank you, Todd.
There we go.
Can you hear me now? Okay, great. Thank you, Todd. Welcome. That was an excellent presentation. And I will tell the audience, if you have any more questions or wish to discuss with Lisa, Paul, or Todd, please drop by DevRelX channel on Slack. I'm sure they're happy to answer any of your questions. Now, I personally love doing this, but I do need to share the love. So I am going to pass the mic to someone else from here at SlashData. Welcome, Natasha, who will be your host for the next part of the summit. Thank you, Natasha. On to you.
Thank you, Muscula. Hello. Well, that's a very strong start of the day with such a great panel and presentations. Now we will continue with SlashData's presentation on how generative AI will shape developers' future. And we will find out what our most recent research among developers shows. As they say, it's always best to hear it from the horse's mouth. So please welcome our Senior Market Research Analyst, Brayton Noll.
Hi, everybody. I'm the horse's mouth, or sometimes referred to as Brayton, Senior Market Research Analyst here at SlashData. And today I'm going to be talking about how generative AI will shape developers' future. As I'm sure many of you are aware, and as we've already heard today in some of the previous presentations, interest in AI over the past year has grown considerably. And it's had a reciprocal relationship with a number of new technologies, products, and startups that have come out. This interest has been both fostered by these new technologies or companies that have emerged. And then, of course, these new technologies and products have emerged as well because of the growing interest. But at least for us here at SlashData, and I presume the same is for many of you, our main interest is how are developers seeing AI, and in particular, how are developers viewing the future of their professional lives and viewing how generative AI will affect them in the future. And so to study this, at SlashData, we run a large global developer survey every 6 months. And over the last year, we've run 2 of these surveys, both of which reached more than 17,000 developers across the globe. And on these surveys, we of course track things like generative AI use, but we actually try and touch on a broad spectrum of things that cover the entire gambit of developers' professional lives and things that they use in their workflow. And so today I'm going to be mainly focusing on the data we collected from our most recent survey in Q3 of 2023. So I'll be giving you all some nice data that's fresh and hot. And so in this most recent survey, we asked developers a series of questions to better understand how they're perceiving the future of generative AI in their professional environment. We asked developers what their perception was on generative AI in terms of it influencing their potential and productivity. And we see that overwhelmingly developers are agreeing or strongly agreeing that generative AI will increase their potential and productivity. We asked them if generative AI will allow them to use programming tools that they previously could not. And again, we still see a large majority, although slightly less so, of developers agreeing or strongly agreeing that programming tools will be potentially unlocked in the future with generative AI. Wanting to get a perspective on the whole, we asked developers if generative AI's net impact on the world would be positive. And we see that roughly 2/3 of developers agree or strongly agree that this will be the case. Due to many of the articles in the news about some of the ethical concerns that potentially accompany generative AI, we wanted to get developers' take on this. So we asked them if generative AI raises ethical concerns or will so in the future. And 63% of developers agree or strongly agree that it has the potential to do so. And finally, we asked developers if generative AI will surpass their skills and render their jobs obsolete. This is another common sentiment that we see frequently in the news, that developers or even people outside the fields of technology are worried about AI potentially taking their jobs. And in this particular question that we posed to developers, we see the most heterogeneity. So we see the most disagreement among developers. We see roughly 1/3 agreeing or strongly disagreeing that AI could render their jobs or skills obsolete, but we see more than 42% of developers disagreeing or strongly disagreeing as well. And so for the remainder of this presentation, I'm going to delve into several of these different questions in a little bit more detail to give you all a bit more insight into what's causing some of the disagreement or what's causing developers to think one way or another. And because we see the most disagreement or heterogeneity here at this bottom one, I'm going to go ahead and start with that question. So as I mentioned, on our surveys, we asked developers about a range of topics. Of course, generative AI is one of them, but another topic that we try and trace in our developer community is software productivity metrics. In this case, I'm going to be presenting on the DORA performance metric, which those of you who have worked in or with DevOps professionals in the past might be familiar with this. But basically what this metric is it's a metric for measuring software delivery performance. And it breaks down software delivery performance or quantifies software delivery performance using 4 key factors. And those are time for code changes. So how long a developer and their team takes to change a code, or change production code should they need to. How frequently are developers or their teams deploying code to production, deployment frequency. The time to restore service. So if developers need or their teams need to restore service to an app that had an unplanned outage or went down unexpectedly, how long does that generally take the team? And finally, the change rate failure, which is the percentage of deployments that cause a failure in the production. And so in our survey, we measure all these factors to create a conglomerate or unified DORA performance metric. And then for ease of presentation here today, what I've done is broken down this metric into 3 different categories: high, medium, and low performers. And so the high performers are really your creme de la creme, the most productive developers. You have then the medium, which is where the bulk of developers and their teams fall. And then on the lower end, you have the lesser productive or slower developers working for teams that take more time to do these things. And excuse me, when we segment this question, generative AI will surpass my skills and render my job obsolete. When we look at it by the different by where the developers fall within these performance metrics, we see some really interesting differences between the high, medium, and low performers. The high performers are much less likely to agree, or strongly agree. Just over 10% of them believe that AI will surpass their skills and render their job obsolete. Meanwhile, you see that more than 50% of the low performers are much more insecure about their future, much less certain about their skills in the new world of AI, and are much more likely to strongly agree that AI is potentially going to replace them. And you see the same pattern and an even larger difference actually on the strongly disagree or agree, where you have more than 70% of these high-performing developers strongly disagreeing that their future or their skills or their job will be replaced by generative AI. And so the takeaway here is that higher performance developers are much less likely to be worried about their skills being replaced by AI. And to continue to examine what are some of the other differences between higher performance developers and maybe more middle of the road or these lower performance developers, we look at another question using these same DORA metrics. And in this instance, we're looking at, will generative AI allow me to use tools that I previously could not? And again, we see differences across the high, medium, and low performance categories. High performance developers or developers working for those most efficient teams are much less likely to agree or strongly agree that generative AI will give them access to new tools. Meanwhile, lower performance are much more hopeful or optimistic that generative AI will unlock some of these new tools that they previously could not use. And so many of you might be thinking, well, these higher performance developers likely work for more experienced teams or have more experience themselves. And this is exactly what we were thinking as well. And we also looked at how the number of years of experience that a developer has affects their perception on whether or not AI will grant them access to new tools that they previously could not use. And we see a consistent pattern here as well that aligns with the high performance category. The more years of experience that a developer has, the less likely they are, by 20 percentage points actually, when you look at from 1 year to 16 plus years, they're 20 percentage points less likely to strongly agree that generative AI will give them access to new programming tools. And so our key takeaway here is that more experience and high performance developers are more cautious about projecting the future of AI is a magical key to open previously locked doors. And they are more confident in their skills and more confident in their position in the tech industry as well. And so I have time to examine one more question, and I thought we'd zoom out and take the question of whether or not generative AI's net impact on the world will be positive. And we can see up here that 2/3 of all the developers we've surveyed, or 67%, believe that either agree or strongly agree that indeed generative AI's net impact on the world will be positive. However, when we segment developers by the different regions in which they're coming from, we start to notice some pretty substantial differences across the different regions. And I'm not presenting regions up here to delve into the cultural or geopolitical reasons why these regions could differ, but I just wanted to make a note for all of us to keep in mind that as we work with developers and study developers or trying to understand developers in this growing and emerging field that is generative AI, not everybody has the same viewpoint or even the same endpoint in mind. And so because our job here at SlashData is to study and understand developers and give voice to developers, and many of you who are working in developer relations or developer outreach, it's important to keep in mind and ask yourself, who are your developers and where are they coming from? And I don't just mean physically, for example, in like global regions, but also what's the context in which they're coming from? And it really highlights for me here the importance of when we're reaching out to developers to consider who we're trying to reach out to. And so if your goal is a global sample, both either in terms of region or in terms of technology usage, it's important to make sure that you're not just reaching out to either one continent, for example, North America, or one group of technology users to make decisions about your entire developer community. And so that's all I have time for today. I want to thank you all very much for your attention and highlight the fact that this was just a snapshot of the AI data that we collected on our most recent survey. So if you have more questions or would like have any follow-up questions on anything I presented here today, I would love to continue the conversation. Thank you all very much for your attention.
Thank you, Brayton. And that was just scratching the surface of our data and insights on generative AI. Please feel free to reach out if you wish to find out more about this topic, as there's a lot that we can offer you both on syndicated research or custom research services. We will now take a short comfort break, and we will be back in exactly 13 minutes. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a chance to recharge or ponder on what you've learned. If you're as ready as I am, let's jump right into the second part of our schedule. Ash Ryan Arnwine will be hosting the next panel discussion. Ash will be joined by John Gottfried, Joyce Lynn, and Carrie Schatz to discuss how DevRel teams can use AI today and tomorrow. Welcome, Ash. Thank you for joining us. I will leave it to you to introduce the panel and kick off the discussion.
Cool. Thanks, Natasha. Really appreciate it. Thanks for having all of us here. I'll start by introducing myself, and we'll just go around the table first of all. So, hi, everybody. I'm Ash. I'm Director of Developer Relations at Nihilus. We're a SaaS API platform that lets you build email, calendar, and contacts features into your applications. And I'll just kind of pick up and go around the table from here. First with you, John.
Hey, everyone. I'm John Gottfried, co-founder of Major League Hacking. We are the largest community of early career developers in the world. We work with hundreds of thousands of people to help them bridge the skills gap from what you learn in the classroom to what you use in industry. And then we partner with companies to educate students about their developer platforms and job opportunities. So really excited for this panel.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, John. Been excited to work with you over the years and really appreciate that you made the time to join today. Next up is a former colleague of mine and also podcast partner in crime, Carrie Schatz. Carrie, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Carrie Schatz. I am a senior manager for a product for extensibility, namely Creative Cloud extensibility for Adobe, focusing on building out the capabilities for developers to build extensions and integrations into Creative Cloud applications, both on the desktop and now on the web with Adobe Express. This conversation is well timed and lots of interesting pieces moving with like how do we think about AI and platforms and things like that. So really excited to be part of this conversation. Looking forward to it.
Awesome. Thanks, Carrie. I know it's been a busy time for you with a number of different product launches recently. So excited that you could make time with us today. And at some point, I think we'll also be having Joyce Lin join us, who's Director of Developer Relations at Postman. And I've had the pleasure of getting to know Joyce a little bit at a few different events over the year, most recently at InfoBip Shift in Croatia. So hopefully, once we get some audio issues fixed, she'll be joining us in the discussion as well. So to put a little background into this, right, we've had the whole peak AI hype thing. We've all been talking about it. We've all been playing with it. The developers that we serve with our products and our services also are eating this stuff up, and everybody has a take. My take simply was, and this dates back to April, which is kind of late in the game, but really just kind of thinking through, here's a new thing that we could probably be using in our day-to-day work. And what I felt like I was hearing from DevRel teams, including my own, was a lot of ideas about how AI could enhance our product. And indeed, that's something that we should be thinking about. But uniquely from DevRel's perspective, I think that there's a lot of more interesting vectors. And I kind of threw out a handful of questions to the team just to see if they had thoughts, specifically on how can we use AI to enhance the way we work right now? How can we help developers that we serve learn to use AI with our API products as they exist today? And also, how can AI enhance the developer experience that we offer? And then, of course, the final one was the product. But I really felt like the product piece of it, where DevRel is concerned, is important, but probably not the right place to start. So I thought I'd just kind of take a moment and, John, hand the mic over to you. And I'm curious if you have any thoughts on just like day-to-day, how are you seeing DevRel teams leverage AI to enhance the way that they're working already?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think there's two sides of that, right? There's how are DevRel teams using it, but then also how are developers integrating it into their own workflows, whether or not the DevRel teams are aware of it. One of the things we've seen becoming more and more common is AI perhaps has the opportunity and is in the early stages of replacing some aspects of like pair programming and one-on-one support. We see a lot of developers, instead of turning to their friend to ask a question or emailing their professor or emailing a developer evangelist or tweeting at someone or whatever else, right? Posing that question to something like ChatGPT, which is really interesting, right? There's pros and cons to that because it may not have the most accurate answer, but it will certainly give you an answer. But that behavior is happening really, really organically. The folks that I know who are, making really good use of it from a DevRel perspective are finding ways to tune or train the data to give the most accurate possible answer and insert it into their workflow in a way that feels natural and not too, I don't know, like prescriptive, right? Like developers have a particular way of doing things and you don't want to interrupt that, but you want to augment it. And I think that that's the best case scenario at the moment.
Yeah, that's awesome. So, especially when it comes to partnering, like pair programming, right? Like we think about like developers jumping in and using something like Copilot, which a lot of us have probably been kind of messing around with for a little over a year at this point. And so there are definitely some pros and cons to that. I find it interesting that sometimes it feels like when we get a wrong answer from an AI that suddenly like, well, there it is. It's useless. It gave me a wrong answer. But I think the interaction paradigm for developers, if we push on that just a little bit, we can actually find some of the good stuff in there. But it doesn't come without risks, right? So certainly, as you mentioned, things like getting the wrong answer from the AI and then just taking that and plugging it into your code base. So when we think about, like, for example, the last thing that John mentioned was around kind of like, feeding some of our developer resources, for example, into an AI and hopefully enhancing our developer experience in some ways. Carrie, I feel like, as a product manager, a former developer advocate, turned product manager, you probably have some unique thoughts on some of the things maybe you've seen out there, or some of the things that you'd like to try, maybe even some things you've shipped. I'm not sure. But how should we be thinking about leveraging AI inside of the developer experience?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely been things that we've been exploring, and I mean, the biggest point I think is that John just mentioned is developers are already leveraging these tools that are out there, and the challenging aspect is that they will lead you down the wrong path if you are not already familiar enough with that API surface to go like, oh shoot, that method doesn't exist, like change that method to this method or guide it down the happy path. And so I think one of the biggest important things is building out documentation such that it is easily consumable by these various bots to ensure that it is accurate, being really clear, not just for the AI, but for the developer themselves. What's the most up-to-date way to do this thing? And that is always a challenge when you have multiple versions or you have legacy extensibility mechanisms, is like, how do you say use this, not that? And also, how do you guide developers at the point when they're consuming these APIs? So, like from my perspective, they're often building an integration into our product. They're looking at the web page. They're actively building out some code. How can you use that context of what they're currently working in the context of maybe something that isn't a web browser? Because usually when you're building extensions for Adobe, you're inside of, say, Photoshop or something else. How can you use that context to more accurately fine tune the responses? And so I think great documentation is paramount, but also maybe the development of specific tools and specific co-pilots to say, hey, this is, I already understand the context in which you're operating. How can I help guide you? But also, I think it's incredibly valuable just to understand, kind of complete that feedback loop. How are developers using the AI in interaction with your APIs? And where are they having pain points? And, maybe you can use that also to help guide, like, maybe we need to consider adding a method with that name, or maybe we need to figure out how we can update our documentation more appropriately to help guide the tools that people are already using.
Yeah, and so certainly, on the first point, like pumping in things like documentation and other sort of long form written technical resources, from my point of view at this moment, it feels like there's even a heavier importance on those kind of things now, because, if you're not feeding it the proper information, then who is? And then what is it making up in the absence of having access to that?
And it will.
Yeah, it will, right? And by the way, just this probably isn't as germane to the point, but like we just had a developer reach out to us the other day saying, hey, I discovered you through ChatGPT, which is equal parts exciting and terrifying, because how do we control whether ChatGPT recommended us over something else? How do we ensure that it knows that it's thinking of us in the right context? So sort of the quote unquote SEO of chatbots is going to be an interesting sort of battleground, for lack of a better word. But when we think about like pulling in, different types of kind of AI into the product surface itself, or enabling developers to pull in their own AI into integrations with our tools, I think there's a lot of interesting things going on out there already. And Joyce, I feel like we've started to see a little bit of Postman talking about this, and admittedly not plugged into all of the announcements, but I feel like I've seen a number come by in my inbox recently from Postman. So I'm curious if you have any thoughts on either how, Postman is thinking about like enhancing the existing product with AI, or how they're seeing how you're seeing developers leverage third-party AI in conjunction with Postman. And I think we've got you on mute here. Not yet, not yet. Well, in the interim, we'll see if we can get our backstage. We have a backstage on StreamYard, but we use StreamYard for live streams, by the way, and it's always kind of fun to see these things that like give you the opportunity to like have folks that can help you out in the back. But I want to get into that just a little bit on because certainly like one of the reasons I'm personally curious about this is that while certainly we have some thoughts on AI in our own product roadmap at Nihilus, one of the cool things about all of this is that we can just not just, but we can enable developers to say like, hey, pull an AI model off the shelf, and you can use our REST APIs or our SDKs in conjunction with that and do really cool stuff. And I'll just plug right now that one of our developer advocates, Ram, is actually at API World today, maybe right now, giving a talk on that very topic. So I'm curious, like, just in general, like, John, I know that even like your company, Major League Hacking, is experimenting with putting some AI into the product. And I'm curious, like, whether through that or through your interactions with developers out there in the world, how have you started to see developers taking a model and taking existing APIs and mashing them together? And what does that, kind of suggest that DevRel teams should be thinking about?
Yeah. So there's two things I've seen. One, we just launched a beta chatbot whose purpose is to help developers understand how a variety of different APIs can fit into a project idea at a hackathon. One of the really interesting things about working with students and working with hackathons is that people are constantly coming up with novel new project ideas, and they don't know what they don't know, right? So you could be sitting there, building some whatever app, like, it doesn't matter what it is, and you see all these cool pieces of technology out there, and unless you're able to talk to a developer advocate one-on-one, it's often unclear how that particular piece of technology that you've never tried before fits into your app, right? Which is different than, an enterprise buyer journey where they might be coming to you for a solution. Our folks are looking for ways to experiment and try new things. And, I'm excited about the idea that a chatbot can sort of like help them personalize descriptions and ideas around particular developer platforms. I think that's a really cool outcome. I think the other piece of it that you and I were talking about the other day is that, AI and machine learning is not necessarily a new thing for developers, but over the last year, probably the 90% of the projects we see that have some kind of AI component have converged on using OpenAI's API. It went from maybe someone's using PyTorch, maybe someone's training their own model, maybe whatever. There's a million different ways to do it. Now it's all OpenAI use cases. I think it's partially part of the hype cycle. I think that'll fade away as people start to branch out more. But for the time being, it's that is probably the main use case we're seeing. And there's limitations to that, but I think there's also a lot of really cool stuff you can do with it. And I've seen some wild stuff out there. People are getting really, really creative with how to build these, AI integrations.
One of the things that I found interesting about this dynamic you're talking about, John, where in the past it might have been a little more about how to train your own model or PyTorch things or that kind of stuff, is we've moved a little bit from, say, the scientist or researcher space, if you will, to developer space, right? Where I can just pull something off the shelf. And indeed, OpenAI's APIs are a really fun one. That's how I got started, and I believe most of my team did as well. But we've increasingly been jumping on the Hugging Face bandwagon as well, because I kind of think of it as a record collection where you can just pull, I want this model to do this thing, and you pull this particular record off the shelf for that thing that mood that you want to create or whatever it is. So I think it's a lot of fun. We might use the word democratization. I try not to use that too much, but there is sort of like any developer can show up and do that now. And, you know, like whether we're going to get fantastic results, that's kind of up to our skills, but at least those are there and we don't have to start with first we must invent the ML universe.
Yeah, it's a much quicker learning curve.
Awesome. Joyce, I want to try your audio one more time.
Can you hear me?
Yes. All right.
Sweet mother of Mary. I joined just to hear John talking about how generative AI is taking over our jobs. Amazing. But I couldn't say anything.
So yeah, but I want to come back to that question, Joyce, on that I mentioned a minute ago, because I think you're in a really unique position to talk about that, which Postman has such a giant mindshare in the developer community. And whether it's Postman starting to put AI into its products and services, or if you're seeing, I don't know, like developers leverage AI in different ways, whether it's to design their own API surfaces or whatnot. I'm just curious to start with, like, what are you seeing out there right now?
Yeah, I think it's really privileged to be part of a popular dev tools that is rolling this in now. And there's definitely stuff that Postman's rolling out. We have something called PostBot, where you can generate code like in the scripting areas. We have something called Flows, which is supposed to be like low code, but it's a little bit complicated now. So you kind of have to be a developer to figure it out. I personally use Postman's like Gen AI for stuff that I would have normally had to look at the docs for, or look at some boilerplate and drop it in. So the repetitive stuff, the stuff where, you know, like you don't know off the top of your head. But I personally think that generative AI for developers is at a very different place than it is for developer relations professionals right now. And you might have already talked about that, but I am so excited about all the stuff happening in, you know, a lot of creative tools are generating some stuff. Code it can write much better, faster code than I can, even like with the hallucinations. And you know, if you tell it it's wrong, usually it'll reconcile. It has some loop to reconcile. But for developer relations, that's where I'm very hopeful. But like the type of stuff that is coming out of like a ChatGPT or some of the other, you know, image generators and stuff like that, I think is still a long ways to go. I would love for it to be able to help me write like a conference talk faster, but the human aspect is still like not quite there. I'd be curious to see if you guys have really good recommendations for generative AI for DevRel professionals.
Yeah, this is such a good question, and I want to give everyone a chance to weigh in on it. I mean, from my point of view, typically, like when I'm interacting with a chatbot, I'm really not looking for an answer. What I'm looking for is a thought partner, someone who can help me kind of embellish on my own ideas and also help me find the white space in my ideas. And so I really encourage developer advocates, not so much to look at like using ChatGPT or the like to write their, say, like blog posts or whatever, but to round them out in a way. So like we can kind of start with the outline, right? And kind of flesh that out a bit. And then, okay, now I've got a draft. Help me find some spots where I could be a little more clear or a little more concise or what have you. And I've personally had a lot of success with that. And it seems like the developer advocates on the team do as well. But I have to say that none of those are bespoke tools. It's all mostly ChatGPT. So yeah, I don't know. Does John or Carrie, do either of you have a point of view on in terms of just like using these models as a way to have like a thought partner that helps DevRel professionals get where they're trying to go faster?
Yeah, that's something that just in my own personal experience, whenever I have been interacting with, say, ChatGPT or any of these kinds of models, is if I go into it looking for the answer, then it's really easy to dismiss the response as either it's incorrect or it's like, well, that's not how I would do it, or it doesn't come off feeling as particularly useful in a presentation or whatnot. But I definitely value its ability to perhaps highlight things that I'm missing, or if it's coming up with this very same things, it's like, well, that's good. Maybe I've already got, a decent picture to share. I think the challenging thing, especially when I'm thinking about it from like a DevRel perspective of like generating documentation and things like that, is you have to double check everything it's doing. That can't be the final output. There's a lot of work to make sure that the final output is correct and accurate and still flows nicely and doesn't come across, going on strange tangents or whatnot. But as a thought partner, it has proven very valuable if I go into it with that mindset. It's like having a conversation versus going into it with, give me the answer and then I'll take that wholesale.
Yeah, so in some ways, like in the, sort of, if you think of like a double diamond model or the like, where you're really just exploring and exploding the idea space first, it's hugely helpful there. But I still think that there's like, I think the point that we're all seem to be coming to is like on the way back down to refining it into something that we want to deliver to customers or developers. Like we don't want to relinquish control. So we really need to use our own judgment and our own knowledge of the situation to kind of dial that in. So in some ways, I've noticed myself that maybe using an AI, it doesn't necessarily speed me up. It just makes the output better in some situations. John, and I think you had a comment there as well.
I mean, I was just I agree 100% with what you both are saying. I think I think that training is the big problem for all of this. Like, the tools are capable, they give you good output. One of the things that a lot of DevRel teams and Docs teams have to deal with is, keeping their content up to date, keeping it accurate, keeping it, using modern best practices, like dealing with versioning. And at the moment, like, AI kind of does a really bad job with that because it's not trained on the latest, greatest thing. It's trained on something like a year ago. And you see this like pop up in all sorts of weird ways. Like, even ChatGPT's generated code using OpenAI's helper libraries is wrong because it's out of date. And like, they can't even, like, manually train that up necessarily. And so I think that, like, if someone can solve that problem, it can be a really good assistant for like direct integration potential, like helping you write tutorials, helping personalize docs to someone's skill level or understanding. Like, there's all of these cool places it could fit in. But at the moment, it's like, I think the best case scenario is it's a thought partner, right? It's something that helps generate ideas, and then you have to do the hard work. And I've certainly seen all these examples of people building fully fledged apps with it, but I have yet to see really good examples of that happening with really specific proprietary up-to-date API docs. Like, it's almost always stuff that doesn't change as often.
Yeah, and I find, like, especially if you're like doing research on a really new topic or a very niche topic, a lot of times I feel like AI, it's John, what you said, it's what's in the model, and the large language model is scraping a marketing website. So then how substantial are you going to be building your stuff off of? For Postman, I've been at Postman for like almost 7 years, and I've been the seminal piece that the language model's scraping, and now it's like, it's very derivative, I find.
I love the comment in chat that it's from Liz or something. That's a rubber duck, right? It's like the best rubber duck ever.
Yeah, and I think that if nothing else, like for DevRel professionals right now, that's one of the great takeaways is, because when you see the reactions on either end of the spectrum, oh, it was wrong, therefore it's useless, or I'm gonna throw everything into an AI and somehow that'll work out well for my developers on the platform. There's a middle path, and we're all going to be kind of grasping for that as we try different tools over time. So I'm just curious, the notion of leveraging AI for customized onboarding experiences has come up a couple of times now. I'm curious, like, how comfortable do you feel about kind of going all in on something like that right now? I mean, for us right now, we are trying a little bit of that at the moment, and certainly I've seen that in a number of other places. But when it comes to customized onboarding, there is a part of me that worries about putting somebody into a little bit of a hole where they themselves are getting this one bespoke experience that we don't know about and may be wrong. So I'm curious, like, are there some kind of entry points that you all are seeing to kind of try this stuff out without throwing developers into the deep end of the pool, the AI pool? Maybe Joyce, I don't know if this is something that Postman's working on or if you've seen that out there in the wild, but when it comes to a developer just showing up at the front door, how quickly do we want to bring AI into their onboarding?
Yeah, I can't say that Postman's doing anything very specific with specifically generative AI at the early part of the life cycle, but I think it can play a very easy role in the empty states, right? So if you have a blank screen and then you want to throw boilerplate on there and then immediately start, I mean, why not? I think it really depends on the tool though.
Yeah, 100%. And that, I mean, it depends is going to be like so important, again, and like hitting the right level of that spectrum. Carrie, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think it also there's this challenge that I feel like I face in terms of there's personalization at what the developer wants to accomplish, but there's also skill level. And one of the challenges is that I found is that how do you give or onboard a developer who may not have a lot of skills in this and they're just starting out, guide them down an onboarding path. But if they don't know where things are likely going wrong, how much more, does that do damage or more time in terms of them figuring out the solution if they don't understand how to address the problem? Whereas if you're a very advanced developer coming into the platform, you can say like, oh yeah, that pattern looks suspect to me. I'll tweak my prompt or adjust it and get the right results out. So I think there's also that challenge of not only, I think AI would be great at suggesting things like, oh, you want to do this? Well, maybe here's some APIs or some modules or what have you that could be useful in that path. But then there is always that little bit of a risk of someone who doesn't know what they don't know yet, going down a path that will at worst or at best maybe just delay them finding the right answer. And at worst, maybe they never discover it.
That's fascinating because in a lot of ways, like I tend to want to push towards like just letting developers find the value and getting that quick win in without us burdening them with asking a ton of questions about who they are. However, if the AI doesn't know who they are, how can it customize? And so I'm immediately worried about a scenario where someone shows up to the front page and says, okay, please select from these drop downs who you are, and then we'll give you this sort of like it's kind of made on the fly experience. And that our form could accidentally pigeonhole them into the wrong place because it's asking the wrong questions, or who knows. So and I'm sure there's better ways to solve that problem, but that's where my imagination immediately went.
And I think I don't know if you guys have seen Copilot X lately, but Carrie, you mentioned it earlier about like context switching and being able to keep somebody directly in the flow. Like you can highlight specific parts and have continual conversations. It's not just a one-time transaction. The client keeps the context of that conversation.
I think that's really important. Like sometimes, like just because I'm playing with ChatGPT as a new tool, like the range of my conversations is quite large. But especially when you're thinking about a DevRel experience of, that if you have that developer coming back again, chances are good that their previous context is still valuable. Like they're still trying to accomplish the same things. Like being able to start from that point rather than the developer having to restate all the assumptions, I think is incredibly valuable.
Yeah, I want that sort of like JS lint config type thing. John and I spoke about this when we were kind of getting ready for the session recently, but I've definitely had that moment where I'm like, hey, show me how to write a function that writes in Node.js that writes a file to the file system, and it comes back with like callbacks and all these other things. And I'm like, no, I want to do this asynchronously. Then it's promises, I'm like, no, async await, please. And also let's use const and let instead of var. And all these, so you coach it to that point, but I don't want to do that every time. And so I feel like there's some sort of like in JS world, we have like a JS lint config that'll state all your druthers and preferences or whatever. There's a lot of types of tools like that, but being able to have that AI maintain that context across a lot of your interactions feels like it would be pretty important.
Yes, but when would you ever be able to speak to a junior, somebody you're pair programming with, and being so demanding? So like what luxury we have today.
No, it's fantastic. It's like, but I have to say, I don't know what your take on this is, but when I was kind of kicking some ideas about how to chat with it back and forth with our CEO about 6 months ago, I shared a chat and with him that I was doing in ChatGPT, and he came back and he was like, Ash, I too praise the bot. And I was like, wait, what? And I realized I'm being like really nice to this thing all the time, but I think the underlying assumption was that, well, one, I just want to do that in general, but in life, but also like it feels like I get a little something from it. And I don't know if that's imagined or otherwise, but I try not to just like bark at it as much as I can. Dev tools. So here's where I think, you know, the UX of interacting with AI and DevRel can really kind of start to come together in some interesting ways. Right now, most of the UX, user experience of working with the chatbot revolves around either chatting with it. Well, I called it a chatbot, so let me step back for a second. Working with models, AI models. So it doesn't have to be chat. And indeed, in this context, it probably won't be. So right now, anytime you're using AI, a lot of times it's going to be either chat or auto-completes. And you can see why when you've worked with it, right? You don't have to take the output as the developer of the application and do anything with it that would crash your app. You're exposing strings to the user as is, or with, you know, maybe you're cleaning it up. But I'm interested to think about, like, in dev tools, like, where are we going to end up putting AI in these things? Like, are we going to push it below the surface to the point where, like, the developer is working with your CLI or your API or like some kind of like SDK that you have, and things are happening under the hood that may not necessarily be deterministic, and then they get back a result? Is that going to be okay? I'm just curious, like, where you think in a dev tool, however you want to interpret that word, where AI can go after this, that's not just let's expose the resulting strings back to the user verbatim. So John, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that one at this stage.
I mean, you're kind of talking about like the user experience of AI in dev tools. I mean, the most interesting things I've seen are like not super obvious that it's just a chat prompt going back and forth. And I don't necessarily mean autocomplete either. Like, I've seen a couple of prototypes now where, you know, the content on the page is adjusted on the fly based on different variables so that you can see different output for different people, right? And that is probably using ChatGPT on the back end, but it's not literally spitting a prompt back and forth. I think, like, for developer tools, a lot of the stuff that I have been playing around with personally is around like sort of how do you automate some of this stuff? Like, you know, it's really easy to go into ChatGPT and paste a piece of code and ask it to emulate it or give it a prompt. I have a couple of side projects where we're doing things like capturing errors, passing in the relevant code snippet and the error, and then opening a GitHub issue with the suggested fix from ChatGPT, right? There's a lot of really interesting stuff like that I could imagine being part of a developer console where you log in and you can see all of your error reports and it could give you a recommendation of what's going wrong with your app, right? So there's like all of these like possibilities, and you know, I'm playing with some of them myself out of curiosity. I've seen a couple of other people's prototypes in this area. I haven't seen anything that is in generally available production around this yet. But that's the kind of stuff I'm excited about. It's like automation and hiding the fact that it's a chat, but using it in the results.
That's really cool in terms of just like parsing tons of error messages and making some stabs at a suggestion is awesome. Indeed, I remember now I mentioned to you I had a Mac that was crashing recently, and you know that always gives you gibberish when it's like, hey, we're gonna send this, you know, pages and pages of stuff to Apple. So I just dumped that into, I think it was ChatGPT, and it actually found the issue, which was super helpful. But I would have not been able to do that myself, mostly due to lack of patience or understanding of what's in there. So, Carrie, how about you? From a DevTools perspective, anything that you're thinking about? I mean, you and I, for example, had an opportunity to work on at least one CLI together, and I'm curious, like, is that where we'll see some AI get baked under the hood, or do you think that it'll happen somewhere else?
Yeah, I mean, I think it could happen in the CLI or maybe like even a playground or whatnot. Like I'm kind of imagining a couple of scenarios in my brain. Of one is just what John just talked about, is like, is there a way when something goes wrong, can you help guide the developer to the solution without either spewing unhelpful error messages or, basically boiling the ocean. This thing could have gone wrong for 1,000 reasons. Oh, developer, you get to figure out which one it is. It's like, based upon the context of your app, maybe it is these 3 or 4 issues or 1 issue, and, help pinpoint the developer that way. But I'm also thinking about the onboarding side of the house, not just where things go wrong, but suggesting happy paths to the developers. Like, you're trying to do this, well, maybe you need, maybe this is the next step of the CLI that you need to work on, or maybe you need to incorporate this particular functionality, this method, this library, et cetera, et cetera. So kind of like linting, but maybe not to that degree of, perhaps even recognizing patterns of, you're calling this in a certain way. Here's a risky pattern. This may lead to issues down the road. So kind of like analysis a little bit, but also guidance as to, well, what's your next step going to be? I think that could be really interesting.
That's really cool.
And I think I don't know if you guys meant this disparagingly, but chatbot, like, maybe I still have childlike wonder. Ash, I think you did a tweet or something, is the hype train like over? It's like, no, we're just getting started. And I think I say this a lot about low code. Low code's going to change the denominator, right? It's not just going to be developers working with some of this tech. It's going to be like a lot more people. But again, it's not quite there. Even like the draggy droppies are not quite there. And just to have natural, let's make it sound important and call it natural language, like, right? So like, having this layer on it just makes it so much more accessible, and not even just like, like, let's connect it to our digital assistant, do some of that automation that John's talking about. But like, just, I don't quite know what to ask, but it knows how to fuzzy, like, search that, right? And so I think this is going to embiggen a lot of our markets, and we're going to have to be talking to new, like, tinkerers.
It's such a good call. And Carrie, certainly in our past lives together working at Adobe, we had this problem all the time, or not problem, but opportunity, which was like, if you use the word developer, suddenly a bunch of people working with your APIs felt excluded. That's going to embiggen, to use Joyce's word, across a lot of different spaces. And okay, so, oh my God, I talked to you all about this literally all day. And I know that we're about at time. I want to do a quick run around the horn, and we'll start, Joyce, with you. Just tell people where they can find you, assuming you want to be found.
Yeah, so can be found on, you mean like my socials?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, find me on TikTok.
Great. Carrie?
You can find me on mastodon.cloud or LinkedIn.
John?
I have my handle up here. I'm John Marco on every platform in existence, whatever you call it these days, Twitter, X, LinkedIn, Mastodon, probably TikTok. I don't know.
John, you're amazingly consistent with that. Sometimes
the only
I show
one
up
I
on a
know
new
of.
network and I'm like, oh, there's John. And you can find me. I'm Ash. If you search on LinkedIn for Ash Ryan, I'll be the only one that pops up, I'm sure. And in addition to that, I'll just plug Carrie and I do a podcast called I'd Rather Be Scripting.com. And we just talk about fun coding and scripting stuff. And so please join us there too. I just want to say thanks to the whole DevRelX team for letting us come together and do this. And again, for the panelists, Joyce, John, Carrie, thanks for making the time today. Really exciting discussion, and appreciate all the comments that came through along the way. It was happening so fast I couldn't keep up. I apologize, but awesome to see the engagement there as well. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Ash. Thank you, everyone on the panel. If you have any more questions or wish to discuss with Ash, John, Joyce, and Carrie, please drop by the DevRelX channel on Slack. And since Moskula talked about sharing the love, let me welcome Steve, who will be your host for the next part of the summit. Hi, Steve.
Hi, Natasha. Hello, everyone. I'm pleased to present the second round of lightning talks. To begin, I would like to welcome our milestone partner, Common Room, and Common Room's head of community, Rebecca Marshburn. Rebecca will be shedding light on how to connect community work to go-to-market goals and strategy. Hey, Rebecca.
Hey, Steve. Thank you so much for having me. And Natasha, thanks for passing us the mic. Super excited to leave off lightning talks. Oh, I thought we were going to have a convo, but it's just me now. First, Ash, John, Joyce, Carrie, awesome panel. That is it's no small feat to bring a panel together. So kudos to you all and to the DevRelX team and to all of you for being here. Okay, so we have 10 minutes. It's a lightning talk. I'm going to jump in. So let me share my screen and we're going to do this together. Very exciting. All right. So I'm going to give you a really quick overview of what we're going to look at since we only have 8 minutes now. But we are looking at high impact DevRel, connecting community and GTM goals, like Steve said. And so what are we going to cover today? Really quick, I am Rebecca, the head of community at Common Room. You can find me at Becca Odley on LinkedIn, on Twitter. That's enough about me. So we have 10 minutes in a live demo. What can we possibly cover? I'm going to talk really quickly about what we mean by high impact. It can be quite a marketing term. And so I want to make sure that folks know how we're defining high impact. Then we'll cover what you can do with your GitHub today. And there's a playbook that we can share afterwards that will actually walk you through some of these steps if you're more of like a reading, do-it-yourself learner. And then we're going to discover whether or not it's a good idea to live demo. And I'm still going to do it. So it's always fun to try that live. So what do we mean by high impact? I was lucky enough to be the project manager on their 2023 Developer Relations Compensation and Culture Report, which many of you, 136 of you, shared your experiences through our survey. And then we created the report similar to how we did last year in 2022. And then we added new questions this year, both about more who people ladder up to, who DevRel teams ladder up to, and what those larger department goals are, as well as like culture and well-being questions. So really awesome report if you want to, or personally I think it's really awesome report made so by you all from your answers. So I invite you to look at that. So what we found in that report, right, is that more than 50% of DevRel pros report to marketing or go-to-market departments. Those departments have goals and that are about product awareness, distribution, and ultimately product adoption through pipeline and sales conversion talks. And so DevRel goals roll up into that product awareness motion and that product adoption motion. That means that DevRel leaders, community leaders are serving one ultimate goal, right? Which is if you serve your members well and their needs well, then your business will be served as well. But really it's like, what do members need now? And then how do we make sure that by serving our members, we're also serving the goals of the organization and the teams that we roll up into. And so this is done through a mix of supporting and empowering members with education and product knowledge and driving business impact by helping to surface value-aligned buyers to your GTM and sales teams and increasing conversion rates between from prospect to customer. So what is that prospect, that person who would get a lot of value out of your product? What are they looking for? What are they trying to solve? And then what context do sales team members actually need to say, like, hey, I saw that you asked this product question and we actually have really awesome features that would allow you to do that. Are you open to a call? So that's what we mean by high impact. So what you can do with your GitHub today, you can quickly identify who's with your GitHub and Common Room, full disclosure. By connecting these two things together, you can quickly identify who's posting issues, who's making PRs, and who's starting discussions, plus who's starring repos and other things related to that. You can understand the context of those people's activity and the context of the replies. And then you can set up direct alerts for you and your counterpart teams to make triage, response, and sales conversations smoother, faster, and honestly, frankly, more relevant. So now we get to the part, dare we demo? Resounding yes, the crowd goes wild. I'm hoping the crowd is going wild. Let's demo this. So here we are in Common Room. It is real data, but we have anonymized it and randomized it to protect privacy, both of customers and members. But here we are in the activity tab. And so, for example, looking at what we can do with our GitHub today, let's say in this activity, I want to make sure that any members that are participating in my GitHub who have created at least one issue And let's say that they still have perhaps no replies, right? So we're like, who do we need to surface first? So now we have this no replies. We're going to be able to sort and filter this quickly. And now let's say, okay, no replies in the last week, so we can make it really timely. So let's look at the last 7 days. And then let's say that we want to really be clear that we are making sure that it's blockers, right? So it's like we want to look at bugs or issues that have no replies, and maybe product complaints to understand who we should look at first. And then let's say, okay, I want to make sure that we're also looking at members or members of our community who are active contributors or influencers. So they have a broad reach across their networks. So we have 98 folks now. So this is a way where it kind of helps where it really should help your teams really understand.
Yeah, sorry to stop you, but we're still seeing your slides. So I guess you should switch screens.
Oh my goodness. 1 second. I see. Okay. I see how we do this. How's that?
Yeah, now we can see them.
Y'all, I'm so embarrassed. This is the thing about live demoing. Okay, so I will take a few of these off so you can see what I had done. But essentially what we did is we wanted to make sure that we are adding filters, looking for the right folks that we wanted to surface. So here we are in GitHub, source specific, right? We're looking specifically for a number of issues, at least one issue. And let's say that this issue has been logged within the last 7 days. And we want to say as well that this issue perhaps still has no reply. So this is a community member waiting for a reply. And specifically in those categories where it's, product complaint or a bug or issue, these possible blockers. This is still 132 activities that we can see, this negative sentiment, one bug or issue. Here are the topics. This one is about AWS and CMD. And then let's say, okay, we really want to make sure that we're really serving those members who are giving back to our community as well. So those are contributors within our community. And let's say even influencers who have broad reach across the space. So as you're able to set up these different filters, you can really filter down through the activity that matters to you, whatever the criteria is in your GitHub. This is making sure that you're serving those members first who might have blocking issues and who are active contributors in your community space. Another way to look at this is to say, who might our sales teams, right, be prospecting into, and who might have the ability to end up buying your product. And so you can actually filter by economic buyers. And now what you can do is say, okay, these are 6 different people who have logged an issue in the last week that's a product complaint, or that's a bug or an issue that still has no reply. And this is a CTO at proof of impact. And so you can actually go through here and really understand who these economic buyers are, these people that are able to actually sign off on saying, yeah, we want to look more deeply into this product. And yes, we want to purchase. So you can go ahead and filter all those members. And then one last thing is I want to make sure that I'm actually sharing you the right screen. What you can do is go ahead and set up a team alert for that. So let's say, as we say, we want a new activity, and we want that new activity to be from, let's say, as we said, those economic buyers. And then we want those activity filters to be, from GitHub, from issues, right? And then we want to make sure that those are in the category of product complaint, bug, or issue. And again, that they have no replies. And so let's say anytime this happens anywhere in your GitHub, anytime someone creates an issue, that's from an economic buyer that has one of these categories and that still has no reply, you can actually send it directly to your combined community, DevRel, and sales channel. So you could enter your channel here, whatever that is, and make sure that you immediately know when someone's in your community working through your GitHub and has an issue or is making a pull request, is actually making a fork. So whatever these best buyer's criteria, these moments where both you and your partner and counterpart sales teams want to be working together to make sure that what's happening in the community is actually impacting those downstream efforts of sales pipeline and conversations. That's what you can do here in Common Room, and make sure that you're really balancing that idea of serving both your members in a timely fashion and being able to ladder up to those larger GTM organizational goals. That is hard to do in 10 minutes. And Steve, thank you so much for coming on and letting me know that the screen I was sharing was certainly not the one that I should still have been on. And so I appreciate you all going on this live demo with me. I still get nervous for them, even though I've given them. And so I really, really appreciate you being on this journey as I go through live demo. So I think the last thing really to say is to say thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. I'm sure there will be many questions on this popular topic, so please continue the conversation on the DevRelX Summit Slack channel. See the chat for a link, everyone. Thanks again, Rebecca. And now moving swiftly on to our next lightning talk, I'm happy to present Jonathan Vila, a developer advocate at Sonar, who is talking to us about how to make the most out of conferences and communities. I would like to quickly remind everyone again to post your questions and comments in the chat and at the DevRelX Summit Slack channel. Hey, Jonathan. You're presenting, Jonathan, but we're not hearing you, if you can hear me. Sorry, everyone. We're just waiting on Jonathan to sort out the mic issues. Jonathan, it's showing as you're muted. I'm not sure if that's
my fault. Sorry. Now, okay. Now you should hear me well. Do you hear me? Okay, perfect. Sorry, I was mute. I was thinking it was my device. Okay, so let's jump into the presentation directly. Well, welcome to this talk. Then I will try to share my experiences of being an engineer, an attendee, a speaker, and a conference organizer in developer community and conference, and which are the points that I think are the most important ones in order to get the most benefit out of them. So I'm Jonathan. I'm a Java champion and also very community-driven with the Java community in Barcelona, and also organizer of JVCN and DevVCN conferences. More than, so they have 8 editions with more than 1,000 attendees. And I've been a speaker in several conferences, and lucky me, in this DevRelX Summit. I'm also a developer for more than 30 years with several languages. And now I'm working as a developer advocate for Sonar. That's a company that provides tooling and methodologies for companies and individuals to go to clean code. So let's talk about the developers communities. My experience with those developers communities are specifically around a technology or project, basically Java, but it can also be, I don't know, Apache Kafka project. So basically around those technologies, language or a project. People in those communities are having low interest in commercial products. So every time someone tries to talk about the product, you can see their faces. So they are interested on open source solutions and things that they can try on their own at home, or even do a POC in their companies, in their projects, but not about commercial solutions. Also, they don't like newsletters about companies. They want to hear about the technologies, projects, libraries, ways to solve problems, but not about companies and products. There are other subtypes of communities that you can find. Well, basically, I found 4 definitions. Basically, one that it is the one created around the creation of a project. Apache Kafka, that's one. Apache Camel, it's another one. But also there are other communities that are around a technology, but not because they want to create that technology, but because they are interested on that technology. Other communities are around learning, but like more official approach of learning with courses, certifications, and official trainings. And another one could be like those used for companies to put their products on the market. Let's say, I don't know, Apple communities. That would be a good example. So with these communities, my experience is, well, I have this opinion about which should be the journey for everyone that tries to engage with those communities. First is to be one of them, to attend the meetups, to be present on those small events, like one of them. This is super important. It's not about pushing content. It's about the first step is to be one of them. The second is, okay, if you go to a conference, then be an attendee. Just learn which are the mechanics of a conference that are totally different than a meetup. Learn which is the questions, the topics, the way people behave in those talks. It's super important. The next step could be when you have all these ideas, then you can say, okay, I want to present in front of a meetup in a community, small gathering. It's also important because it will give you a nice perspective of what people think about the special technologies in a close environment. And finally, well, you can decide to go to a conference and that you are going to talk to a bigger audience, but you are going to have like less interaction. It's not the same relationship that you can have in a meetup than in a conference, that you are competing with other talks and people are going from one talk to another to another. So it's a different experience, but it's also important to be there. And finally, if you want to be a company or a person that it is managing a booth, it's important to have this journey in order to understand which are the points that you need to focus on in order to deliver content, but also understanding if that content is really providing any value for those attendees. And also considering which are the things that attendees are more interested on. It's not just a car fair where you are putting a car and expecting people to come and ask for the car. It's totally different. Developers are need content in order to get attracted. So let's talk about meetups. Basically, my experience is about community-driven meetups. Nowadays, there are several companies that are creating meetups on their own. And I don't think this is the right way because they are competing between companies, and it should be better to support those meetups, those communities, and make them grow. So this is an important point. They are obviously easy to organize. I'm not saying anything that you don't know. Low budget because it's basically food and drinks for 20, 50 attendees. It's easy and in a place. Basically, you are going to have local speakers and local attendees. That should be the perfect solution, considering the local language and the local culture, not just simply a space where you are putting a speaker from another country and another language. If you can use their own language and their own culture, they will have a better experience. Nowadays, meetups are struggling with remote work because you don't know in which day people are going to the office, if they go to the office. Therefore, some days people are staying at home and other days other people are staying at home. So it's hard to make them be at the same day in the office. Therefore, if someone needs to go from home to a meetup, this is making harder to get more people. So now the audience is a bit low compared to before pandemic. Then meetups have the no-show effect. So you can have 100 people registered, but then only 35 attend. In our case, we have solved this with a refundable fee. So we charge €2 to register, but then for those that come, we return back the money. And this is giving us a 95% of attendance. This is a special place for speakers that want to start on this journey of talking with a small audience, with doing pair talks with other more experienced speakers. This is definitely the best place to start and to get confident about giving talks. You are going to find people with high motivation because they are there exclusively for that talk. Your talk is not competing with others, so they are there because they are interested in the topic. Therefore, use that high motivation. And it's easy because usually meetups don't have call for papers, so it's just a matter of contacting them and arranging a date. And they don't want product speeches. At least most of the meetups that I know, they reject product speeches. Conferences. I know that there are like two types of conferences: community ones and businesses ones, and they are very different. Some with paid slots and others without paid slots, where you need to, although you are a sponsor, you need to compete with the call for papers to have a talk. Conferences are struggling with the sponsorships because now companies are not so happy to invest, and if they invest, they are investing less. Also, conferences are suffering from companies not allowing DevRel's travel and expenses for conferences. But you can consider that in your favor if you have budget, because your DevRels are going to compete with DevRels in the conference. Also, now conferences are having massive submissions in the call for papers. We received more than 900, but not all the conferences are waiting until they have everything in order to approve. So it's better if you submit early, and then you have more chances to be approved. They are suffering also from increased price in everything, but they have like this important part that is the human interaction, but it's a space that you need to use it. So conferences are giving you a space to interact with people, but don't expect people just come to you and ask you. You can use this human interaction proactively. It's a great place to start new collaborations because you have other sponsors in the same conference that you can have collaborations with them, having talks together, even having a talk referring another technology from another company, and this is a win-win for both. Definitely is a good point to consider. And if you believe in them, you can collect lots of leads. So being an attendee means that it will increase the community membership because you are going to be a known face. It's a perfect place to be a ghost speaker because in the networking time, you can just talk to other speakers, to other attendees, and the same technology, or even introduce your technology. So that's a good place. Also allow direct communication with organizers. It's important to communicate with organizers in order to have meetups in the future. You can pulse the community and how do they think and which are the things that they are interested on. You are going to learn tech and presentation skills because you are attending presentations. It will help you in order to adjust the presentations if you find something that can make your presentation better. And in order to speak at events, okay, the first important part is that it's not about you. What do you want to tell? It's about them, the audience, and what they are interested on. Not simply go there and talk and expect that they are going to listen to you. Also, use the demographics, language. You can use their language in order to introduce you, the role level that you can get from the conference, cultural affinities in order to make your presentation better. Also, send early your call for paper, not talk about products, real experiences. People-focused talk instead of also only technology talks. And be clear and specific. And in your abstract, check the tracks that the conference is having and talk with organizers. This is important. And having travel and expenses covered. AI can help you in order to generate your first draft for your talk, images, talk, and abstract. Important is the presentation skills. Voice, eye contact, body language, tone are important. You need to put focus on that. Silences, Boolean questions to engage people, asking you are in favor of this or that, and they would raise their hands, walk through the stage, and look to the audience. Slide designs, it's easy, not put too much text because people will not read it. And remember that one thing is what you want to say, and another thing is what they are going to remember from your presentation. So put focus on what you put in your presentation. In your slides, it's important to have interaction. So put QRs to your slides and that to get feedback. And use the hallway track that is super important to talk with attendees and speakers and organizers. It's super important to use the hallway track because, as I say, the most important part of a conference is what is not recorded, the hallway track. Talks are always online. Meet the organizers, be familiar. This will help you to be approved in the future editions. Also, mentor internally. And in order to encourage engineers to attend talks, to speak at the events, it's important to have an internal strategy about this. And sponsoring an event, you need to plan with a lot of time, knowing your audience. It's not only about booth size. You need to be proactive, giving content, and have the right people in the booth in terms of quantity and role. Conclusions, well, basically community is something that you belong to, but not that something that you own. It's about personal interaction. Content is important, but the presentation skills are the key in order to deliver the message. AI can help you on the first step of creating content. It's not about, it's about the audience, and it's important to be an attendee. And I think
Thanks, Jonathan.
Thank you very much.
It was a pleasure and very interesting. Now, let's make the most of the DevRelX Slack channel to continue this discussion. Link in the chat. Thanks again, Jonathan.
Been a pleasure.
And on to our next lightning talk. The biggest fear with AI is that it will at some stage replace us. Thankfully, Meredith Hassett, developer advocate at Canva, will explain what the key is to a winning partnership with generative AI.
Good morning. Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm actually joining us live from Australia, so it's a little early in the morning. So I thought I'd invite an assistant to join us today to help give my presentation.
Talk about the fears of being replaced we might start to feel in the DevRel world and how we can create a winning partnership with Gen AI to preserve and future-proof our roles, and also maybe save us some time and brain power. Hi there. I am Meredith, a developer advocate for Canva. Live Meredith is in Australia, so it's very early in the morning for her, so I thought I'd take over. I'm digital avatar Meredith, made using an app built on the Canva developers platform called Hey. General AI avatars are an example of how DevRel and generative AI can learn to work together. Let's look into more insights from my experience as a dev advocate during this AI revolution and how we can learn to use generative AI to our advantage. Let's start out by level setting on some fears or concerns we as developer relations practitioners have about generative AI. Understanding why we are concerned or where we might start feeling more worry can help us better find a way to partner with Gen AI. I see one of the first areas our fear of being replaced crop up is in the generative text space. One of the main activities most of us have is to create blog posts, write docs, answer developer questions, and other text-based activities. Things like ChatGPT being used to write blogs can feel threatening to our role. Another is the space of generative AI avatars or voice. Like me here today, clearly I can do a better job than Liv Meredith since she actually has to sleep. I can stay up at any hour to give that presentation, talk, workshop, live stream, podcast, or any other video or voice style content. A growing space is the text or photo to video generative AI. Another core activity many of us do is create overview videos or live demos of how to work with our technologies and products. As generative video tech starts to improve, will that activity become less relevant? And one last one to consider is the code assistants like GitHub Copilot. Sample code snippets and apps is one of my favorite things we get to do as developer advocates. Exploring new ways to integrate my product into workflows or playing around with new APIs brings me a lot of joy in this role. As code generators get better and more popular, where do our examples fit in? I think it is important for us to have this critical lens on how our roles work in the age of AI. Unless you aspire to be the BlackBerry of this generation, having a finger to the pulse of where tech is heading is critical for future-proofing yourself. A tricky part of this can be discerning hype from true change makers in the industry, so do remember to keep your skeptic hat on when new trends emerge. But as we've seen with the explosive growth of Gen AI, this trend is here to stay. Let's look into ways we can partner with AI to help in our roles. Wait a second. Are you trying to get rid of me? Avatar Meredith is so much more fun.
No, Avatar Meredith, we're looking at ways that we can work better together with you.
Okay, phew. Live Meredith, I'll let you take over now to talk about the keys to building our relationship. See you in 2024 DevRelX Summit.
So, of course, technology is not working in our favor right now, and none of my images are loading. But I want to talk about some of the keys that we can utilize generative AI to help us in our DevRel roles, as Avatar Meredith clearly helped set up for us. So one of the first keys I want to talk about, and these images were generated with generative AI, and as you can see, they're not working this morning. They're still asleep apparently too. Is it can't replace you in its current state. Generative AI, just like virtual conferences, can't replace that in-person interaction. So generative AI can't fully replace us in its current state as DevRel and Dev advocates. It still struggles with some things. As you may have noticed, it's not fully synced in its current state with the lips actually matching the words that you're saying. It doesn't create that same enthusiasm that you get from that live person conversation. You aren't able to emphasize as aggressively or as importantly the points that you're trying to make in those presentations. And it struggled with understanding the context of words sometimes. Like, I don't know if you caught it, but it said live Meredith instead of live Meredith. So it's still figuring out that context. But what this means is we can actually use this time to learn how we can incorporate generative AI into our workflows so that as it gets better and as it progresses in its trainings, we can actually continue to use it in our workflows and truly be a partner with AI. And this is something that we were doing with Canva. So as you can see, we've incorporated a lot of generative AI tools into our workflows as well, because we can see that design is moving more and more towards a generative AI space. But by partnering and enabling those tools in the Canva workflow, just like we can enable those tools in our DevRel workflow, we're actually able to work better and future-proof ourselves because we'll have the skills to be generative AI DevRel advocates. And digital avatars just aren't that engaging. Would you really sit through a presentation of 30 minutes of a digital avatar talking to you? Again, not in its current state probably, but again, learning how to use it and incorporate it into your workflow right now can be really beneficial to make sure that as it becomes more predominant in the industry and as these models do get better, you're ready to hit the ground running and present those skills in your next job interview or at the next conference that you want to talk at. The second key, which now my images are loading, I guess it woke up, got its coffee too, I want to talk about is it can't operate alone. A lot of the value of generative AI is actually in utilizing it with something else. This is one of the things that we've seen with our apps and marketplace on the Canva platform is that a lot of our generative AI builders are seeing value from being on Canva because their technology is no longer working in a silo, just like a digital avatar presenter or these generative AI images don't really make sense by themselves. If you put them in the context of a social media post in a presentation, they make a lot more sense and they provide a lot more value to the users by using them together with other technologies. We need to utilize them with meaningful content and like slides that actually help demonstrate our point or the human interaction actually talking about what the point and what the value is. They can't provide the meaningful value that a lot of us as humans can still provide, but again, using them to augment your point or supplement in areas that you're not able to find imagery that is effective in communicating your point is a really great way to partner with them. But the real value of generative AI in its current state is in a partnership between the human component and the AI component. And now we're back to not loading. The third key that I want to talk about is it's really great for getting over blank page syndrome. One of the things that I really struggle with in my role sometimes when I'm writing those blog posts is getting over the hump of what is that first paragraph that I'm going to write. I've definitely opened up a doc, started writing a title, wrote the technical steps of the project that I want to write, and then I get stuck and I'm staring at this blank page for minutes, maybe even sometimes hours, or maybe I'll just like completely close it out and go on to another task because I'm trying to get over that hump of that blank page syndrome. And we know this in the industry that going from 0 to 1 is really hard, and going from 1 to X is about the same amount of effort. And so if we're able to get over that 0 to 1 hump, then we're able to create content a lot faster and be a lot more productive and actually focus on the real value that we provide as developer advocates and developer relations professional, which is providing our expertise and helping communicate technology effectively. So using something like a ChatGPT to help you start off your blog posts and writing those intros and conclusions where I'm not an English major, I don't really know proper grammar, I don't know passive versus active voice, utilizing tools to help me get over those humps of making sure that my content makes sense to a reader and making sure that it's not just a blunt entry into the content can be really helpful. So finding tools that help you get over that blank page syndrome. And that's, again, why we've invested so heavily in a lot of these generative AI tools for design, for images, for text, is because we see the value of getting over that 0 to 1 hump as the main blocker for a lot of people actually being effective and productive at their work. And the same thing applies for us in the DevRel world, getting over that blank page syndrome of writing that blog post and not having to stare at the blank doc to get writing your blog post is going to be super helpful to use tools like ChatGPT. And the last key that I want to talk about is generative AI really does need your context right now. There's still a lot of knowledge that we hold internally, especially in the DevRel space. This is a space that I've been in for a few years now, and it's been ever evolving and ever changing. And we have a lot of institutional knowledge that isn't quite public information and isn't part of the public realm. So utilizing our public knowledge to actually create better content with generative AI is going to be really helpful for us. It needs our context. Co-generators aren't great without actually understanding what you're actually trying to build. They can give you great generic starter templates, just like ChatGPT can also give you great generic starter templates. But to actually get the most effective content, you need to input a lot of your knowledge into these tools to make them the most effective and the most valuable for you. So continuing to learn how to use them to input your context and help you write longer form content or create videos that are the most effective is going to be a great tool to learn how to share your knowledge more broadly and make sure that generative AI works for us in the future. One of the things that I've learned in my role is not everyone understands the value of DevRel and making sure that we can get our institutional knowledge that a lot of us have in our brains, but maybe aren't sharing as publicly, can be really helpful for making sure that the generative AI context continues to improve and helps us in this space as it continues to grow. So just to wrap up real fast, the first thing is remember, just don't panic. It's not here to replace you right now. Use this time to get really comfortable with generative AI in your workflow, and this is going to make you career future-proof because you're going to be ready to handle it as it continues to grow. It can't do it alone. It needs to be shared with the meaningful content, such as those slide decks that you're creating or the content that you're actually writing to create that digital avatar. It cannot work alone. Use it to get over the blank page syndrome. Save yourself time, save yourself energy. Use it to get over that 0 to 1 hump and focus on the fun parts and the more productive parts. And again, it needs you. Your knowledge is going to be the key to the success of generative AI. So continue to play around with it, have some fun with it, and remember that, it needs your context and your knowledge to be the most effective and meaningful. Yeah, so thank you guys so much for listening to what I had to say today. My name, again, is Meredith Hassett, and I am a developer advocate at Canva. You can reach me on Twitter or X at MLHassett. And yeah, always happy to have a chat about how we are playing with generative AI and seeing the value of being an early adopter and actually incorporating it into our workflows and tools to make it the most effective.
Thank you for this, Meredith, and Meredith's assistant. Hopefully you can both join us in the Slack channel to discuss further. Thanks again, Meredith. And
Thanks,
now,
guys.
moving to the final lightning talk and the topic of using low code and AI to future-proof your career. Paulo Tavares, Director of Developer Relations at OutSystems, will be your guide. Hello, Paulo.
Hi, Status. Nice to see you here. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you, Jonathan and Meredith, for the insightful talks you just delivered. I suppose it's especially hard to follow up to Avatar Meredith, but I'll do my best. So let's start. So thank you for being with me in this session about future-proofing your career the low-code and AI way. My name is Paulo Tavares. I'm a Director for Developer Relations at OutSystems, a low-code development platform provider. For the next 15 minutes, I want to share with you some context, some perspectives, some insider details regarding these two exciting emerging topics of AI, low-code, how it affects developers, our communities, and our roles in developer relations. I'd also love to continue this conversation afterwards if anyone is interested, so feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn or drop me a line at my email address, and I'm always happy to engage. So let me start by introducing myself in a bit more detail. I started my life in tech as a hobbyist programmer and playing video games on a ZX Spectrum at age 6. I don't know if many in the audience would know what a ZX Spectrum is these days, but it is a British manufactured computer that gained a lot of popularity across Europe in the 80s. I pretty much caught the technology bug from learning how to code by myself in BASIC, so much so that later on I went to university and graduated in computer sciences. After graduation, I joined OutSystems as employee number 27 back in 2004, as we were trying to change the way the world developed software applications. I worked as a software engineer, then as a consultant developing applications on OutSystems. We didn't call it low code, but it truly felt like sci-fi back then when compared to regular software development. I stopped for a year to pursue full-time MBA, and when I came back to the company, I was more and more convinced that developers were the lifeblood of our community and ecosystem. So I made the strong case for us to create a dedicated community team, and I was the first official OutSystems community manager, helping build a foundation for many of the things we still have today. In 2011, I moved to Ireland to work for Google. So moving from a small company to a large company, moving from my country to a foreign country, but now immersed in a strong data and AI-driven culture. I worked on the trust and safety area of our consumer products, including Gmail, Maps, Google+, and Google Cloud. And my work for those 6 years involved pretty much identifying patterns and approaches to refine, update, and deploy newer and better AI and machine learning models for Google's products to keep our users safe. It was exciting, it was exhilarating, fast-paced, and I couldn't have asked for a better place to learn about AI. In 2017, I returned to Portugal, back to OutSystems, and this time around, I was pretty much all over the company solving different problems related to our developer experience. I did a bit of everything, from creating an automated chatbot on our website, back when nobody was doing it, to help our users find answers and solve their needs faster, to rebuilding our developer training and documentation areas into a single developer-focused group called Technical Knowledge, among other projects. However, home is where the heart is, and last year I found myself back at the developer relations space, as with so many changes happening in this space, there's really no better place to be than close to our innovators, our developers. So as developer relations professionals that we are, our biggest asset is the trust of our community and our developers. We have the responsibility of being equipped with the most relevant and up-to-date information so that we can have stronger relationships with them, better conversations, and provide them with opportunities to help them grow and elevate our communities and their careers with it. That's why I'm going to cover these two topics, these two transformational trends of AI and low-code from an insider perspective, in hopes that it can better equip you and your communities. So what can you expect from this session? First, we'll go over this entire AI transformation that's taking place. what impact it has in software development, what this means for both developers and developer relation professionals of any technology. Second, we'll go over low-code development, what we're observing in our own community, what it may mean for all of us in the future. And then I'll join these two, and I'll discuss what I'm calling AI-powered low-code, what it can mean for all of us, for our developers, our careers. So I'll finish with all of these wrapped together so you can take 5 succinct points to take home afterwards. So let's dive into it. Let's start with AI, and starting with the most common and simplest use case we've been hearing about for developers. This is about code generation. Some of you in the audience might have heard your developers doing so. Some of you might have done so, but even I have used ChatGPT or GitHub Copilot in the last few months to generate code. I was learning a new language a few weeks ago, and instead of spending the entire weekend, I just interacted with ChatGPT for 30 minutes, and boom, it was done. It was impressive, I'll give you that. So not only can AI generate the code, it can also test, do code reviews, help developers improve the quality of their code by identifying potential bugs, security vulnerabilities, performance bottlenecks. Even in real time, you can see scenarios where there's a performance monitor monitoring code and then raising an alert when something goes wrong, and then an AI model can check what was being run at the time and generate new proposals for code that may run more efficiently and effectively. This is not as sci-fi as it might have seen a few decades ago. And last but not least, AI can automate many of the repetitive tasks that our developers are involved in, such as writing documentation, doing code approvals, debugging, meaning that they have more time to have fun with your products, doing all the fun things in software development. A recent survey by GitHub actually tells us that AI for developers is here to stay. So there's not only strong demand by developers for AI tools, there's also a lot of demand by the industry at large for developers who are familiar with AI. So I truly believe that what we're experiencing right now in terms of the promise of AI, it's really just scratching the surface. And honestly, we are seeing it in our own communities, what our developers are playing with, experiencing, how they're trying to push the boundaries of what is possible right now, not only with our technology, but with using AI and connecting with all the other technologies around them. So let me shift gears to low code for a moment, and let me start at the beginning. So let me talk about the pace of change that our developers need to face with their main technology kit, their development language of choice. Since development languages became a thing, we've seen new languages be created to solve different problems or to bring additional benefits to specific use cases. We started with machine language, what's currently known as the first generation languages. And these are pretty much the binary codes that the different machines interpret to run things. You can think of it as the ones and zeros you see when you're watching Matrix. These are, of course, extremely hard to decipher and not very practical to build anything in a timely manner by a human. So second generation languages aim to solve that problem. So you got assembly languages. These were slightly more human readable than pure machine code, but they're still an abstraction of machine code tied to instructions that humans could write. So when you get to the third generation, we start to get a collection of much more human readable languages. These use a logical structure and syntax similar to human language, effectively, to reduce the amount of code our developers need to program to get the right computer operations to do the right things. This can include Fortran, BASIC, C, Pascal, many other popular languages you might have heard so far. So last but not least, in my example, now we get to the fourth generation of development languages. Here, developers stop telling computers how to do things, but they start to tell them what problem to solve. So I think that's the exciting thing. These are more platform-specific languages, generally simpler to use than third-generation languages. SQL is an example of a non-procedural language used to query databases. But you have others for other domains, such as for data, for maths, for general development, such as OutSystems, even for graphic design, like some of our friends here in the conference. So when we zoom out, a few things become apparent. First is that while the first generations of languages are much more machine-oriented than the later generation of languages, I think the most compelling point is that we start seeing that as we evolved, we started moving from telling the machine how to do something to what problem are we trying to solve. The same way we raise kids. First we tell them exactly the steps to do things, later on I tell them, look, we are trying to solve this, let's make it happen. So if you think about it from that lens, then both AI and low code are just natural evolutions of this paradigm. They're another step towards being quicker at formulating the problems they're trying to solve. So the same way a developer in your communities might learn multiple languages and add them to their skill set, at this point in time, I would strongly encourage all developers who are serious about their continued career growth for the next 5, 10, 20 years to invest in adding knowledge of a proper low-code platform or more, together with experience with AI in different aspects, both in using it in their tools as well as in deploying models. Because the two together can have a multiplying effect for the work and impact that our communities can have and that we can support our communities to have moving forward. So the key advantages of AI and low-code are not really only the advantages that AI brings to software development in general, but really everything else that comes from using a higher level language, because it enables developers to more easily integrate with AI systems or rapidly deploy AI models and iterating on them. And that's really where the value is. These are some of the use cases that we know of right now, and that we at OutSystems see our developers and customers innovating on a daily basis. However, similarly to what I stated in the AI slide earlier, I also believe that these are just scratching the surface. What should excite us all is that whereas when working with a lower level language, AI is helping our developers in specifying the how to do things, in the future, AI can really be helpful in assisting how to formulate the right questions, finding the right problems to be solved. Imagine a future where our developers in our communities use AI to be their partners in co-creating things, using our products, our ecosystems, find the right problems to solve at each iteration, recommending approaches, and making it all happen seamlessly. That's what I believe AI and low-code can achieve together. And so what does this mean for your developers and your communities? Well, if history tells us anything, it's that early adopters of a new technology tend to get a head start on their peers and competitors. In the world of technology, being first can make a huge difference. By adopting new technologies early on, your developers can establish themselves as leaders in their communities, elevate themselves, and help your communities grow faster. We see this growth translate directly into our OutSystems developers' careers. While we established earlier that AI developers' careers are here to stay, we also recently updated our annual research on the career progression of OutSystems developers compared to other roles based on publicly available data from Glassdoor. So pretty much going to Glassdoor, searching for these, and getting the data. This clearly highlighted the tremendous demand for OutSystems developers in the market compared to a few years ago. If you look at the red line for US-based OutSystems developers and what they are earning based on their tenure, you see that they're on top, only being overtaken by native mobile developers when they reach 10 to 14 years of tenure, and sure enough, finishing in a comparable position to full-stack, back-end, and front-end developers. So practices that have been established for much longer. I imagine that AI developer will show up here sooner rather than later as well. So last time when we had done this research in 2022, OutSystems was much closer to mobile developers across all tenures, sometimes even lower. So we're surprised to see so much higher demand. It shows that both low-code as well as AI is rising in demand and popularity. So what's the catch? I mean, first of all, and we covered this, the awareness that we are at the early stages of this transformation. AI is still in its infancy, and we all, as developer relations professionals, need to be very much informed and aware of the challenge that it has. As Meredith was saying, its models are only as good as its training data. There will be biases, unreliable answers, security implications. But I do believe, however, that this is a short-term tactical problem, that in the long run, these problems will be non-issues. AI is also set to augment the experience of our developers, of our jobs as developer relations professionals in our communities. I don't think it will replace us, so I agree with others, but I think that it will change things fundamentally, and there is no turning back. So if you're not doing the best you can with AI in the coming years, you'll be obsolete. Furthermore, low-code is also a very diluted term these days. The term has become such a hot commodity that you've seen companies pretty much saying that they're a low-code or no-code solution just because they offer some sort of visual interface. And I'll say the same I said in the slide with AI for low-code. AI operates and augments within the constraints and boundaries that the technology creates. If you don't use AI with a powerful tool, you'll also not get powerful results. And last but not least, there's resistance to change. You see that in your communities. People are setting their own ways. Even myself, I didn't go all the way for an avatar Paulo to present this session, but I had to force myself to think, how can I use AI to help me prepare this session, how to do my day-to-day work? Otherwise, I'll just go back to the way I've always done things. So how can I encourage you to look ahead? First of all, we need to be the catalyst for our communities to explore and embrace these technologies. If you look at the landscape for any technology, being a single product developer no longer works. It's not a future-proof approach to their careers. Their skills will become obsolete. You should be the catalyst to help them embrace change, try things out, bring them back to their communities, and have fun. That's the exciting part of being in this disruptive technology. So if there's 5 things I wanted to remember today, they're the following. AI for developers in its infancy. It's only going to get better. Low code is just a natural evolution of software development, and developers are adding that to their skill sets to continue growing. AI will always be a multiplier. The better the inputs, the better the outcomes. As I showed before, for you, for your communities, for your developers, there's high demand for these skills. So you should make the bridge to help them keep growing and help them embrace these emerging technologies, whatever they may be. I know these are hard. I know our natural resistance to change is difficult to overcome, but I believe that if you are able to embrace these changes for yourselves and your communities, you'll be doing something great. And we'll all be excitedly rooting for you all, eager to see what you come up with. So thank you for your time. It's been a pleasure. I know we don't have time, but my contacts are here if you want to reach out. I'd love to continue the conversation. So thank you so much. And thank you, Stadis, once again. Back to you.
Thank you, Paulo. That was brilliant. You can reach out to Paulo in the locations he mentioned, and hopefully also, Paulo, you will join the rest of our speakers and panel guests over in the DevRelX Slack channel for a discussion. Thanks again. And this, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone, this brings us to the last session of the day. Ray Stevenson, Tessa Crisell, Kevin Blanco, and Esther Aubagé will be diving into content curation for multiple developer audiences, and will help us to explore different ways to make this as meaningful and targeted as possible. Ray, we can kick off the discussion. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Steve. And it's my pleasure to welcome everybody here. I've had a chance to talk to Tessa, Kevin, and Esther a couple of weeks ago, different times for different people. Really excited to have this group of people who have different levels and backgrounds in terms of experiences with developer relations and the different types of content that developers expect. And worked with all of them to kind of come up with a set of questions that we thought would be interesting for all of you to hear in this panel. So the first thing I'd like to do is just start with a little bit of intro, like a brief intro about yourself, and then tell me a little bit about the different audiences that you deal with from the current job that you have. So I'll let all of you go first, and then I'll go last. So I'll call in the order that it actually shows up for me. So Tessa, if you don't mind going first.
Absolutely. So Tessa Crisell, I am head of platform developer relations over at Snap, as most of you know it as Snapchat. I work on our Camera Kit platform, which is a really kind of cool and exciting platform for augmented reality experiences. So as I think about audiences currently in the AR industry, there are what I consider those as creators versus those that are developers, right? So there's the ones that are creating that really cool cutting edge artwork to create those lenses and experiences versus the technical folks that are integrating and implementing that. And sometimes they're the same, right? Sometimes they're using both of those really great skills, but often they're different. And it's really important for me to be able to connect those audiences together, especially in their work and, you know, through our platform. So yeah, quick intro there for me.
Excellent. Thank you. Kevin, you're the next one in order.
Hey, thank you, Ray. Tessa, Esther, it's a pleasure to be along with you in this journey. Well, hello, everyone. I hope you're doing great. Also, thank you to the DevRelX community and obviously Ray for hosting this panel. I'm Kevin Blanco. I'm a senior developer advocate at AppSmith. AppSmith is the best no-code and low-code platform to empower developers and businesses to build rich, interactive dashboards and data-driven applications on the top of their existing databases, APIs, and services without the need for extensive coding. It is the ultimate tool, you know, for creating custom internal tools that help businesses streamline processes, monitor data, and make informed decisions. Apart from that, I'm also a Google developer expert advocate, and that has taken me to speak at multiple events worldwide about Google Cloud, artificial intelligence and teach communities around these technologies. Before working at AppSmith, I worked as a technical director for a large digital agency based in New York City, where I led infrastructure, architecture, engineering, and digital product innovation for multiple large customers. And prior to that, I had multiple positions as developers, technical lead, tech manager, building solutions for companies such as IBM, Watson, Microsoft, Nintendo, and Google as well. Aside from my career tech part, I've been always involved in open source and development communities like the Drupal community and the JavaScript community. And that is why I've landed in the developer relations area. Actually, I don't have a formal computer science degree, actually. I drove the 4th year and dedicated to work and get certifications and learn what I needed to continue growing in my career. What I'm formally graduated is from film school, where I learned everything about film production, script and screenplay writing, storytelling, shooting on cinema formats, and post-production. And lastly, I'm also a private pilot license, and I fly airplanes just for fun. So yeah, that's me.
Thank you, Kevin. And you forgot to tell me about your audiences. What do you think about your audiences?
Well, our audiences is pretty much developers who are trying to speed up their development processes. They're trying not to reinvent the wheel, and they're trying to understand how they can achieve more with less. So they are always trying to learn more. So pretty much most of the things that I do is to innovate in terms of their knowledge, trying to give them tutorials, content, and how to use the platform, which is really big. So it's very tech savvy, but also their businesses, because the product is not only for people who are developers, but also for businesses who might have data on data sheets, and they're trying the way to report back to their product owners or stakeholders, but they don't know anything about programming. And AppSmith is also great for them to do that because you don't require any coding skills or programming. So it's interesting because I have very tech developer people and also non-tech developer people, and speaking to those audiences in a different way, it's very challenging, but it's also very encouraging. So yeah, that's the type of audiences that we have.
Great. Thank you so much. Esther, your turn.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Esther Agbaji. I work as a developer advocate at Directors. I have a background in front-end engineering, and I've been in DevRel for about 3 years now. For those that are not familiar with what we do at Directors, Directors is a platform to help developers, teams, agencies to build their websites, applications using our headless CMS solution, backend as a service infrastructure, and even our internal tools. So as a developer advocate at Directors, you will find me mostly working on documentation. Maybe there's a new feature and, I have to document this feature for our developers. You also find me working on content, creating content in form of blog articles, video content, whether it's short form video content, because I found that to be very effective, or even YouTube video content. You also find me working on community events. I run the London meetup for Directors. And in terms of the audience that we are really focused on, I would say we're focused on developers that specialize mostly using JavaScript. So whether JavaScript frameworks like React or Vue, so those are like our main audiences. And we also focused on developers, front-end developers that do not really want to go through the hassle of creating their back end. So Directors is that platform that really helps you just spin up a back end in a matter of like few minutes. So yeah, it's really a mixed audience here.
Thank you so much. And so I'm Ray Stevenson. I'm head of developer relations engineering at Cisco. I've held all kinds of developer relations roles, from the individual contributor as an advocate a long time ago for Microsoft. I worked for Microsoft 21 years as the role owner for all the developer advocates worldwide when their first developer relations efforts were starting up around 2000, 2001. And had a chance to interact with kind of every technology you can imagine Microsoft came out with during that time. And so, working with product teams, working with developers and partners and all different types of languages and technologies, both difficult kind of code as well as, low code, no code. There was a movement at one point where there was Lotus Notes, if you remember, for those who remember this a while ago. Lotus Notes was kind of what I think of as the original low-code departmental developer type platform. And when IBM bought it and kind of didn't invest a whole lot more into it, that provided an opportunity for almost literally everybody else to go after those people who still needed, some kind of solution that a departmental person could put together themselves and get things to work. But what we're talking about is audiences. So what I'd like to do next is talk about kind of segmentation. There's different ways to think about segmentation. Some people say, one segment is the people who use this programming language or that programming language. Other people might say, I focus on junior developers, mid-career and senior developers. Others might use some other segmentation. So love to go around and just kind of ask, how do you think about segmentation for the people who use your platform? And Tessa, I know you kind of already alluded, you have both content creators as well as the developers. So maybe, are there any other distinctions about how you think about your audience?
Yeah, I think honestly, when it comes to developer relations in general, I like to think about them by motivation, right? So I know that we oftentimes see these personas that marketing usually helps us create, or sometimes they don't, and we're pulling those together. But personas are usually covering that, right? They're covering like, what is their geographical location? What languages do they use? What's their technology stack? Some of those different things that are going to define like who they are to an extent. And I think the thing that is often missed is like, what are they motivated by, right? Like, what is it that's going to bring them in and keep them here? Is it a product, feature or subset, right? Is it something else that they can gain out of that relationship? And oftentimes, as you start to bring them into your DevRel programs, thinking about champions or superfan type of programs, like, again, what is it that they're motivated by to be there? And so it's just something that's, I think, has really stuck with me and been a really, really impactful way to look at my different audiences is to look at it from that angle. So thinking about my current audience now, right, like these AR creators and these developers that can kind of start to integrate with, our SDK, it's like completely different audiences, but at the end of the day, they're sort of motivated by the same thing, right? They're trying to create AR experiences. And so when I take that motivation and start to look at that from the different lens of like, hey, so-and-so is motivated to get a new lens into the platform, right? Then they might fall into a category that does align with strong programming languages, web skills, maybe mobile app development skills, where there might be someone who can offer, some other form of skills. And bringing those two together, I think, is what has been incredibly impactful. So sort of taking a step back from your program and saying, hey, yeah, we know that these are the personas that we've defined, but like, how can we look deeper? What can we figure out and learn about that person to really, truly understand how we can impact and provide value to that audience and that they get what they want out of the relationship that they have with us?
I love that, thinking about motivation. What's you probably heard this, jobs to be done, which is like a whole movement out there, people focusing on this. And this is one way to think about it for sure. I will switch the order up and go to Esther next and say, and then I'll go to Kevin after. Okay. Help me understand about how you think about your audience segmentation.
Okay, for us, our directors, I mentioned earlier that the core developers we focus on are developers that use JavaScript. So what I have found out has worked for us is actually segmenting our audience in terms of developers that use a particular JavaScript framework, for example, React, and then we create content that is, developer articles that are focused on React or Next.js, and then we segment our audience for developers that maybe use the Vue framework like Nuxt.js, and this really helps us to focus on one segment and another segment. And I found out that content like this really works because when developers see that you have content that is, resonates with them, frameworks that they're familiar with, they can easily just decide to go with a particular tutorial. They can easily clone the repo and just consume the content based on that. So in our company, this is how we segment our audience.
So sort of like, what do you know now? And here's a path for you.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. And Kevin, how about yourself?
Well, first of all, what Tisa mentioned is perfect. Just thinking about what motivates them, it changed the whole world. Instead of just thinking about market research and the user personas, but actually, what motivates them. That's actually a great point of view. So I just wanted to highlight that, which it's really cool. One of the best books that I've read for me, which is a super small and simple book, is Start With Why from Simon Sinek. And I think that's also key when you're trying to think about user personas and how you define your audience is what are their whys? And it's very similar to what you mentioned, Ray, about the jobs to be done from Professor Cliston Christensen, why it's their need of using the different tool or platform that you are advocating for. And when you think about that, and you leave the how and the what secondly and focus on the why, I think that's very key when defining audiences and user personas. Obviously, doing market research and conducting, understanding who they are is very important, having analytics and feedback loops to understand how they're growing. But also for me, it's key to understand in what phase of the customer journey they are at. So for example, they don't know anything about our platform, and we have to generate awareness for them. Give them what they need to step up first because they don't know anything about the platform. There might be others who are ahead of that step, and there may be in the portion where they're trying to activate. So I have to focus on activation for them. How do we bring them to use our business edition, or how can I empower them to build the second app, or how to use the application on another stages of their company? And then engagement, there might be already activated, they are doing applications with apps, but I have to engage with them to continuously make them grow. And then retention, which is obviously another portion of the customer journey, and retain them and giving them more of what they need, working next to the support team and giving them what they need in order to continue using the our platform in general. So not only thinking about personas, but also what portion of the journey they are at, and always focusing on the why instead of the what or the how.
Great. So I'll tell a little bit about our challenge here at Cisco. So Cisco is a little bit different in that it's the developer plus type of organization as opposed to a developer first. We aren't really selling to developers most of the time. The products are there, and then developers usually have to integrate with them and use the APIs. And our audience, the natural audience that Cisco has, is network engineers who are used to doing things on the command line. They may not really know how to code. They might do shell scripts as sort of the extent of what they're familiar with or comfortable with. And our whole goal is really to help them get comfortable with basic programming, usually through Python, allowing them to access the information that's kind of buried within all this equipment and then do something useful with it. So we think about it as like, that's one big segment of our audience. A second segment is kind of the DevOps SRE group, who's trying to monitor operations, and then they might try to get a little bit deeper. And then our third audience is really software developers. So for most people, the audience is all software developers, and it's the different segments within that. But for us, it's actually the role that kind of drives how we segment our content and how we develop it. If you think about channels, there's different ways. Like obviously, every company has a website. That's one obvious channel. Twitter. I've heard for communities like Flutter was like a really strong channel. Who knows what has happened now as Twitter became X, that kind of changed the dynamic a little bit there. You see some companies using like Discord, others using Slack. Like, how do you think about the channels you use to reach your different audiences? And I'll come back around to Tessa again to start us off on that one.
Well, I think, it really sort of depends on your audience again, right? So if you sort of think about what we just discussed in the last conversation about motivation and their why and what the audiences look like in terms of like their use cases and how they're serving out those products. I think all those people are in different places, right? They're going to be in different locations. It's going to be different social platforms versus others. Like in my case, a lot of AR creators are in Snapchat, right? Because they're creating those lenses. They're inside of that AR experience, inside of that app. And so we can reach them, through Snapchat, through like our native app, and like get to spend some time, sort of dog fooding our own product, right? But when you think about like the other side of it is like when I'm working with developers, I have to think about the channels that they're in. And they also are going to be developers that are a little bit more on the cutting edge side, right? Are they early in their career because they're just excited about new technology? Or are they mid-career and they're starting to shift into a new technology? Like obviously AR is a newer technology, and there aren't many who can say that they've been in it for most of their career or all of their career. And so I'm usually working with someone who's kind of coming in new. So I really, like to think about channels there isn't going to be like, my metrics are going to look like everyone else. I've got, this many X and Twitter followers. I've got this many, LinkedIn connections or likes or follows, right? It's going to be more about what are those little niche communities that your audience is spending time in, and how can that channel bring value back And oftentimes I'm seeing these being like really niche developer communities that are brought together by volunteers or by people who are, you know, like-minded, and they just want to be with their peers, right? And so it's a great place for DevRel to come in, be good stewards, volunteer, right? Listen for things that you're hearing from your company or opportunities that you might have. And just like play a role there, but obviously don't come in and sales pitch. And I think that that is where I've actually found the most value, is to just go where they are, ingrain myself into where they like to be. And then hopefully eventually they start coming to my channels, right? Sorry, I'm sitting in my outdoor office, so there's a fly that really wants to get me. Anyways, they'll eventually come to our channels, right? Because they see us engaging, and they start to see that brand trust, and then begin to come to, you know, the brand forum, which is at the end of the day going to be your best channel, right? Is wherever your developers are talking, engaging with one another, you know, about your products. That's going to be, you know, kind of your bread and butter, and where you want to nurture that channel the most. So it's kind of my 2 cents there.
That's actually a really great point, is that it's sometimes hard for smaller brands versus bigger brands to create, you know, a channel for their developers to engage with them in. Like, you know, there's the challenge is, if you're small, nobody is aware, right? So how do you make those developers aware of what you are? Where do you go to make them aware? This might be a good segue in for Kevin, since you're working with both AppSmith, but you're also working on this Google developer GDE. I don't know what the E stands for again, but you know, you're seeing 2 sides of things. Like, one is a giant company who doesn't need to do any work to get developers to show up and check things out, and the other is a smaller company who is still, you know, in that process of kind of building awareness. How would you kind of compare and contrast the approaches to using channels for those 2 things?
Well, like you mentioned, they're very different in shape or form. The first thing is you have this big and giant company, which is Google, and Google Cloud, which is where I'm focused on mostly, which is growing a lot and gaining a lot of the market share compared to AWS and IBM Cloud. And they don't need to be explained. You know, people know what Google Cloud is. And if they go to these different events, or they join to, for example, live streaming events, because they want to learn about specific technologies on Google Cloud. If I'm explaining about Vertex AI, it's because people want to understand how to use Vertex AI and implement that on their day-to-day tools. But sometimes for AppSmith, that's not the case. We might have audiences that they don't even know they need us. They're just trying to understand what they need. And also they're trying to compare us to competitors. They might see other options out there, and they're trying to understand why AppSmith and why not other option that's could be similar in terms of no-code and low-code platform that can connect to their data and build something out for their to deploy to production. So definitely very different, but the mechanisms might be very similar as well. Like Tisa mentioned, go where they are. I think that also helps us at AppSmith. It's, for example, attending physical events. I've gone to multiple local meetups, not only in my region, but also in other regions. And I think that that catchphrase also works a lot, which is from local to global. You have to start local. You have to work with your local communities, because, again, the wording is probably one of the best marketing that still exists. Doing social media campaigns works, definitely. Being where they are works, but, you know, having people who actually sit down with you, open their machine, and you explain to them, build a sample app in just 2 minutes, that's even more impactful than having a 1-hour live stream. So obviously going from local to global is important. The other thing is interact and adapt. Just to give you an example, 2 months ago, we were not on TikTok, and people, they really didn't want it to go on TikTok because that's not where our market is. But I said, let's give it a shot. You know, we have developers who might be just sitting around before they go to bed, just, you know, scrolling on TikTok. And we have got a lot of engagement, and a lot of people have this stigma around no-code and local platforms because they think it's just for POCs or small applications and they cannot go bigger. And I have seen so many transformation from that stigma, because most of the comments from people is, oh yeah, AppSmith looks cool, but I will use it just for maybe a POC. And the answer I always give is, why? Have you tried? And most of the people say, no, I haven't tried. And from there, I'm activating people, generating awareness, and they might be just, you know, looking for memes and things like that before they go to bed. and iterate and adapt. For example, we're also trying now on Twitch, because we know some developers might be on Twitch, and maybe that won't work. Again, we try it, we invest some time on it, and we move on. If it doesn't work, we try to move on. But that's what I will say, definitely. Go where they are, try from local to global, and iterate and adapt.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
And Esther, actually, this is totally how I found you first. Like when I was like, hey, I'm going to be working with Esther, I went and looked up your name and your company, and I found you on YouTube, found like a user meetup, and that was great. So love to hear your perspective as well.
Yeah, to add to what everyone has said, the way I like to think about it is internal channels and external channels. So internal channels are the channels that like you as a company, your community, your immediate community follows. So for example, your Discord community, that's like an internal channel. Maybe your YouTube channel is like an internal channel. So you want to make sure that you're creating content for your immediate community, but not just to focus on your internal channels. There are also external channels that developers that are not necessarily using your product, like where developers just congregate. So like dev.tu, what we do as a company is when we publish a blog, for example, on our marketing site, we also try to cross-post and post it to a platform like dev.tu. So even developers that are not necessarily maybe following us as a company, because that's like a platform that brings developers together, they're also able to identify our content and also engage with us as well. And Kevin mentioned TikTok. TikTok is also a platform that we as a company, we are looking to explore, because developers are also on TikTok, and I've seen like GitHub, for example, they seem to have a very active community on TikTok. So those are like some of the channels that companies could explore, external channels that could probably help them just drive awareness about their products or even drive activation for their products. So yeah, that's what I just wanted to add.
It's funny that you bring up TikTok, both of you, and of course there's the YouTube Shorts, which I sometimes see people port their TikTok to YouTube Shorts. But does it just mean that everybody's attention span is just shorter and shorter, and that's like they can only learn in 30-second or 1-minute chunks? Is that it?
I'm afraid.
Yeah, to some extent, yeah, I think so.
What I have seen from my end is that, and that's also one thing that I mentioned yesterday on the conversation we had, is you can utilize AI tools that basically grab a big video, a big lengthy video that you might have on YouTube about explaining your product or why your product is great, or whatever type of long length video, like an interview as well. And you can use AI tools to repurpose that video for vertical format and just grab the highlights from that specific video and drive people to YouTube. So your audience might not be on YouTube. Your audience might not be on the blogs that you're writing or the written articles that you're writing, but you can drive them by generating some engagement, some hook from this short social media, small like type of what's the name of it? Like they basically ignite a lot of a spark on the people, like they're just scrolling over there. But if you cap their attention by 3 to 4 seconds, then you can drive them to the full length video, because you capture from the same video the most highlighted portions of it. And again, that's using the right tools for the right mechanisms, and that's how you can leverage these social medias with short span of attention, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely one of the tricks of great marketers is they say any piece of content you create, no matter what format it is, try to repurpose it into like 7 other formats, and then use intermittent reinforcement to keep pushing it through the different channels, so that you created one thing today, but then you got like 8 or 9 weeks worth of visits and traffic and awareness from that one thing. And of course, I think when you're working with developers, it's probably a little easier than working with network equipment, but we try.
Yeah, just to add to what you mentioned now, like repurposing content, that's one of the things we also do. For example, like long form tutorials, that are blog articles. What we also do, or what I've started doing at the company, is to just repurpose them into short YouTube shorts or TikTok formats, and I found out they also perform very well.
Some great advice for all the DevRelers out there who are looking for ways to expand their reach. I don't think we have tons of time left, so I'm going to ask one last question before we kind of wrap up. So I'm thinking about feedback loops. So one of the ways that when I was at Microsoft that we tried to measure the impact of developer advocates was not just number of talks, the quality of the talks, the reach, that kind of reach number, but also the impact that they had back to the product teams. So can you talk a little bit about, I'm going to go to each of you and talk a little bit about how you've taken some of the input, the feedback that comes through these channels that you're reaching out to these different audiences, and where you took that back to the product team and they were able to make a modification or a change that was like a net positive for the company. And I will switch them, go to Esther first, since I haven't gone to you first yet.
Yeah, so one of the ways we've gotten feedback is a feature we recently launched, content versioning. We pre-launched it like a month back, and since it was a pre-launch, we released it in our Discord community so developers could instantly just give us feedback in terms of like different terminologies. Some said that it was sounding too developer GitHub-like, and we just had to rephrase it. And even in terms of the feature of the way the feature worked, like they mentioned that it could be easier. So based on that feedback, we were able to then iterate. The product team was able to iterate and just make it work better and smoother. And very recently on Monday, we launched that feature, and we've gotten lots of, well, I say very good positive feedback based on just the improvements that we made. And another thing we do at Directors is on every of our documentation, we have like a feedback widget at the bottom that just helps whoever is using that documentation to just instantly drop their feedback. So we have like a 1 to 5 rating, where 1 is like, okay, this documentation is crap, it's no good. And 5 is like, okay, very good documentation. So when we get all of this feedback, we have it in our back end on our application. So we're just able to work on it, and just it points us in the right direction to just know, okay, this particular documentation probably needs to be revamped, or this particular feature probably needs to be re-explained. So these are some of the ways that we get feedback from our community and also incorporate it into our product.
Fantastic. Kevin, you're up next. How did you take some feedback and bring it back to the product team?
Yeah, definitely. Well, first of all, before like explaining the bits and bytes, I will say that striving for your audience involves making them feel valuable and providing meaningful solutions for the problems is key. Like effective DevRel, it's not just about promoting a product or a platform, but about building a genuine and supportive community that developers want to be part of. So this approach fosters like a long-term relationship and ensures that your efforts align with the needs and aspirations of your audiences. So in order to do that, you just not have to publish content and forget about it. You have to be always in the loop of after you publish the content, what are they talking about? So obviously enabling them the capability for reacting to your content and commenting on your pieces of content is key. And that's just, publishing a video on YouTube and forget about the comments. Like, for example, in our case, we get a lot of people feedback on YouTube videos because maybe we post a tutorial and some of them say it's not working for me, or I've done it differently, or my company does not use what you propose. Maybe there's another workaround. So the first thing is hearing your developer community where they are at. If they're on Discord and you publish content in Discord, be aware of what they're saying. That's the first portion. Secondly, we have our support team also on Discord, and we have other streams of communication with the support team. So not only us going back to the product and saying, hey, we have feedback about the different contents that we're publishing, and maybe we can change the direction of the different efforts that we're building for the next iteration. Also hearing from the support team back to the product, and the product and the support team back to us, it's really helpful. So normally I go to the different support reports that they gave about what people are actually maybe complaining or having hard time to implement, and I create content on those topics. Maybe, for example, one of the most the biggest example that I can give is about OAuth 2 authentication. We support OAuth 2 out of the box, but it's not it's not easy to implement. It's kind of hard, and it has multiple flavors depending on the integration you're trying to achieve. So we build out a lot of content around OAuth 2, a series of publishing videos and articles around OAuth 2, because we got that feedback from the support team. The support team also goes back to the product and say, hey, can we enhance how we implemented the OAuth authentication flow. And in the meantime, while they prioritize that work, I'm going to be creating content for the audience who are trying to achieve OAuth authentication. So I will say, at least for us, it's kind of circular. Us to product, product to support, support to us, and all the way around as well.
Yeah, that's a great to highlight that kind of circle where where a company has a support channel that that used to be something Microsoft was really good at. They would actually have somebody who was in charge at the top, kind of crunching all that data, and would present out to the different product leaders at a senior level and saying, like, here's what customers are complaining about, and here's what we're going to do about it in terms of creating content or changing the product or giving guides or whatever. So Tessa, how about Snapchat?
Yeah, well, I think like in this conversation, I feel like I'd like to actually go just a little bit more vague, because I think there's a little more value to the kind of way that I look at this versus an actual use case. So when I actually think about feedback, I mean, each feedback, let me take a step back from there actually. Whenever I create anything that is DevRel, right, that I need to track any amount of impact or or really any value on, is I always define what the CTA is, right? Like, why am I doing something? What is my call to action to do that? What do I want my end user to do? And then if my end user does that CTA, then I'm like, yay, right? That's how I win. And so I look at feedback the same way. And so thinking about feedback is like, what is the piece of feedback that comes in, right? Like, Kevin and Esther were speaking to able to make documentation improvements, able to make content improvements. And those are things that actually we're working through right now at Snap. Like, we're in that phase, right? Of like, hey, these were our MVP content resources. How can we improve them? And I think coming out of all of those pieces of feedback, right, is like really thinking about what is the value out of that. If someone does come in and say, hey, here's my feedback for docs, right? Like, the value for docs feedback is like, it could be huge, right? Because if somebody else comes in and is able to get past a hurdle that they couldn't get past before, right? That's big. So what is that traffic? What is that opportunity? What did they gain by making that improvement? And not all of that stuff is really easy to figure out. Sometimes it takes a data whiz to start going through and thinking about, hey, if we improve this docs, how much more traffic did we get after that? Did it mean that it was improved? Like, did we avoid, support tickets that came through, right? And I think really thinking about that core problem that you're trying to solve with the feedback is how you should go about that impact. Because it's all going to be different, whether it's a product feature that someone is suggesting, whether it's a product bug, right? Because that could be saving you thousands of dollars with, SLAs if somebody finds a bug that's causing issues. There's really just so much value. And so depending on your pricing model, depending on, the impact and value of your team, what you're trying to accomplish, what your product team is trying to accomplish, there's just so many, aspects that go into what is the actual impact of feedback. And it can just be anything from millions of dollars, right, to hundreds of users that you've removed hurdles for. And that is something you want to brag about.
So I'll share a story from my past at Microsoft. So there's actually a time when I was doing a global 100, top C++ customers type effort with the product team. And the goal was to say, like, okay, let's get 100 partners and customers who use Microsoft C++ to share some feedback on these new features. And at the time, they were creating extensions to allow interaction between C++ itself and managed code, the .NET stuff. And they had some preconceived notions, the product team, product marketing, what was going to happen. And as I ran these workshops around the world, something arose that nobody anticipated. It turned out that like a vast majority of these customers, the current in production app that they were using today had been built on a sample that they had released like 10 or 15 years prior. And the sample was called Scribble. And Scribble used something called Microsoft Foundation classes, which is a much older version of how you create windowed applications on Windows. And the product team was like, we completely missed this. And so they had to go back and write, a whole bunch of content and saying, how do you take, a pre-existing, Microsoft Foundation classes application and extend it with a modern, at the time, modern Windows look and feel using all this new technology they had created. So it was easy to point to that and say, like, here's a huge impact. Like the company would have released this product and completely missed this huge segment of the market that just was stuck with legacy. And they would be like, I don't even know how to use it because there's no guidance, no documentation at all on that particular topic. So that was a good catch from that perspective. So anyway, wrapping up here, I'd love to go around and say, any kind of captures in terms of like a short phrase or two, saying what would you give to advice to somebody else who's running a DevRel program, working with developers, like how should they think about segmenting their audience? I already heard one is like go where they are, but that one I think is out there in the DevRel lore. So I'll challenge you to come up with something else. And we'll go
Okay, I can start.
All right.
Okay, mine is not really focused on like segmentation, but it's more on content. So as someone that has created lots of content and in various channels, I'll just like to say it's best to focus on the value, and it's not really about the number of contents or the quantity, but more on quality. So whatever piece of content that you're creating for your segment or for your audience, it's best to maybe ask yourself two questions. Why would someone really care about this content? And what would they learn from this content? And when you're able to ask yourself these questions, you can then create content that is valuable, something that probably teaches them or entertains the developer, because developers love to be entertained, whether it's memes or GIFs or like whatever piece of content. Just make sure that it's creating value, adding value to the person that's consuming your content. Yeah, so that's my last word.
Excellent. All right, Tessa.
I think just reiterating what I had already shared of like being CTA driven, right? Like everything we do is going to come back to some type of call to action. And I think when we can convert our minds from thinking about views and followers and likes and those very vanity metrics, we can really get to like the root of the impact that we're actually driving and truly report that in a more meaningful way. So just really thinking about like, what's that call to action that you're building that piece of content for? And like, what do you want the end user to do? And with that, like, that's how you should think about the impact and you know, metric that you can track on that.
Great. Kevin. Last words.
So in my case, I will say echoing the word from Esther and Tessa, that's obviously great. Be CTA driven and all of those stuff. I will say it's definitely important. But my contribution will be authentic. I think well polished videos and articles are great, but people also buy why you do it. They don't buy what you do. And when people feel a connection with you, it's because you are being authentic. Just to give an example, we create a lot of tutorials in our end, but today I talked to one of our DevRel and said, let's just do a live stream very openly and let's do live coding. No script prepare, no anything created. Let's debug. And we had issues during the live stream creating the AppSmith application, and we solved them. And at the end of the session, we got so many great feedback because we use Luma as a platform. And at the end of the session, Luma asked for feedback. And a lot of people, sometimes they don't even say yes or no. They just delete the email. But from this session, we got tons of good feedback saying, this helped me a lot because I was struggling with the same as you did. With some JavaScript library that I was trying to create from HTML to PDF. And, the comments, they say, hey, can you show us an example from HTML to PDF on AppSmith? And say, yeah, let's do it. Let's try to find a library. Let's import the library. Let's do an app. And we kind of struggled, but we fixed it. And I think that really strive a lot, because being authentic means also that you're caring about them. You can send swag or you can create videos. That's fun. But true DevRel is about adding value, offering support, and helping developers succeed. It's all about relationships, not just giveaways or well-created videos that they might not even understand or continue with. So I will say that my recommendation to any DevRel out there is just be authentic.
Great. And I will add on top of all those, keep it fun. I can't tell you how many times I've tried to look up some topic I didn't know, and I find a really, monotone, not excited about this kind of YouTube video, and you're like, okay, next. So, obviously when you spend some time trying to make it fun, relatable, use interesting examples, tackle challenges that you've seen come up in forums or from support, you're helping them and you're making it fun. So with that, I want to thank everybody so much for your time today for the panel. And I see Steve's there waiting to move us on to the end of the show. We're the last ones up. So hopefully people will make it to our part of the stream later on when they watch this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ray, and the panel, Tessa, Kevin, and Esther. A great discussion to sign off with. Thanks. And yeah, this brings us to the end of this year's DevRelX Summit. I hope you had a great time and have some useful takeaways. Muscula, if you're there, over to you to say bye for now.
Yes. Hi, everyone. And to close up, thank you, Steve. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Thank you to our sponsors and our speakers. I'm seriously in awe every time we run an event, the efforts and investments that everyone takes to help us run all of this, the speakers and the sponsors as well. There's a ton of time investment and, of course, resources to run these. So thank you, everybody. On another note, make sure to check your inbox in a bit, as we will be sending you a special goodie bag, and don't forget to respond to our developer program leader survey. It's really short, I promise you. If you wish to revisit the sessions, they'll become available on demand very soon, and we will let you know on the DevRelX channel as soon as they are there. From all of us here at SlashData, have a great day, and let's stay in touch. Speak to you soon. Bye for now.